All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Jenna Cullinane Heggie, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Planning here at the Coordinating Board, and I'm so delighted that you're here. You are most welcome. This is one of our biggest events of the year for the Strategic Planning Division, and so we get really excited to share the latest data, and I think in the last 2 years, we've really started a commitment to saying, let's not just look at the data, it's not enough to know. We want to think about what's the associated action, what's driving those numbers, and what might we do as a result of understanding these numbers better. So that's what we're here to do today. We have really good representation today. We have about almost 80 folks from our community and technical colleges, which is wonderful. And by this afternoon, when we're joined by the universities for the regional work, we'll be up close to 160 folks. So really, really good representation today. And I hope that you find the content meaningful, as well as great opportunities for you to get to know other people who are either in your region or in your peer group. So if you haven't already seen it, if you're kind of sitting in the back, we've tried to organize seating by peer group. Oh, actually, I see that we have one whole row that is empty up here. So this was for small colleges, so if you're a small college especially, come on up. But otherwise, if anybody would like table seating, there's table seating here, and also for medium schools, up here we've got 3 seats. Come on down if you wish. Don't be shy, don't be shy. I will make you move a little bit later. So we'll come back to that. But what we're trying to do is make sure that as we go through that there's time for discussion. I want this to be really interactive, so please stop, ask questions of me, ask questions of each other. This is designed to be not just sage on the stage, but really something where we can dig into the state data, understand kind of the state of higher education, and hopefully give you some insights for your own institution, for like institutions, and ultimately a forum to talk collaboratively with others in your region. I think that I tend to be an optimistic person in general, but I think that there are some things that are happening that we see in our state data that are cause for optimism. We have seen real improvements in our graduation rates, for instance, especially in the last few years. We've seen a significant uptick. I know there's a little phone situation going on over there. And there are some really positive indicators. You'll see some of the student success point indicators really moving in the right direction. And there are other areas where we have more work to do, and we'll talk about those as well. But I was excited last night to think about, we're in the middle of a legislative session as well. And I think infusion of new money and thinking about investments in public education are potentially a real win for the work that we do as well, an important investment. I think we're seeing a lot of traction and interest in transfer this session, which could be very helpful to the state and have big implications for both sectors, 2-year and 4-year. And we're also seeing some interest in performance funding, so we're looking at positive numbers for the success point, the value of success points. I see that the legislature appears to be willing to invest at a higher level than they have the last couple of years, so that's very good news. And also for universities, there's legislation really moving and having good positive conversations on the 4-year side about adding a performance component to their funding. So I think there's some reasons for optimism, and I hope that we'll kind of think about that larger context of what's going on statewide at a policy level as we think about what's going on in our data as well. Another thing that we'll be talking today is not only about student outcomes, but with a real focus on equity. You'll hear us talk about subpopulations a lot, and that's very intentional, both in this morning session when we're talking just about the community and technical colleges, and also when we're kind of really digging into the 60 by 30 text work. We really want to track closely our Hispanic students, our African American students, our male students, and our poor students, our economically disadvantaged students. So we'll be talking a lot about those today. And finally, I hope that what we're doing is kind of opening a conversation around improvement. As I said, it's not enough to know, we have to act with these data. And so hope that we will have a robust conversation today as we dig in. Let me start with a few administrative issues, and we'll get into a little bit more of the introductions. But wanted to start administratively. So those of you in the room, welcome, and those who are on the phone, welcome as well. So we have the vast majority of people are here in the room, but we also know we have a good presence online. So we are going to be using microphones throughout the day. So even if we're in the room together and you're kind of talking to the person next to you, we may ask you to use a mic if you're asking a question. So that will be happening. For those on the phone, if you would go ahead and mute yourself unless there is something in particular when we kind of pause for questions, we'll do that. But otherwise, to keep background muted, that would be great. The conference call line is there, and if you have any issues, Luis Martinez, and his email is up there, is the person to contact. Other housekeeping stuff, if you're in the room, there are restrooms. You can go straight through either of these doors, and there are kind of restrooms down the hall. You will notice that there is not a prescribed break between now and lunch, but you are most welcome to come and go as you need, grab a drink, head out for a few minutes if you need to take a call, those kinds of things. Please make yourself at home either in the back or you can head out this way. All right, so additional introductions. What I wanted to do is basically let folks know where you're seated. So we've got our medium colleges here for today. Okay, everybody raise your hand if you're a medium college. Okay, checking for people in the back. You might come right over here, my friend. This is very casual, no problem. Okay, up here we have our small colleges. Raise your hand if you're a small college. Okay. You would be most welcome to come right up here to the front. If you're a small college, come hang out right up here. Kind of in the middle over here, we've got our large colleges. Raise your hand if you're a large college. Okay, great, we got you. Okay, all right, this is good. Come right on over into this kind of middle section over here. There's still spots. And then if you are very large, raise your hand. Okay, so kind of those last two rows and a little into the back. So if you are very large, and I'm not sure if there are additional seats over there, but if there are, feel free to adjust. Make friends with your peers. And then our TSTC and Lamar colleges. Got a couple. Okay, so there's one more spot over here at this table, and you may want to kind of move this way so you guys are all together. Okay. And what I'd like for you to do, typically we go around the room and we have everybody introduce themselves. Because we are large today, we are not going to do that. But what I would love for you to do is, with the other people in your peer group, turn around, turn to the people next to you, and take 2 minutes to just introduce yourself to your cluster of folks in your peer group. All right. Thank you, everybody, for doing that. I also want to take the opportunity to introduce a few of my colleagues who are here. Dr. Julie Eklund was at House hearings until very late last night, so she's not here right now, but she'll be coming in soon. She wanted me to share her welcome, and she'll be here as well shortly. But I wanted to introduce a couple of folks who are over here. Dr. Elizabeth Shivers, if you would stand up for a second. She has been wonderfully coordinating this event for all the sectors this year, and she's very new. She came to us from Navarro College, and she'll be presenting a little bit later. You'll get to know her, but she's a wonderful new team member here in the Strategic Planning and Funding Division. Thank you so much. And Luis Martinez, he has also played an instrumental role in working on the top improver analysis, which we'll hear a little bit about later on. So I wanted to thank him for that. Diane Ergel next to him. She is the czar of accountability. So if you don't already know Diane, you should know her. If you have any questions, she has been at the coordinating board for a long time and really leads the accountability work. And then Bobby Jenkins is here. He is also a program director in our research and evaluation team. He's serving as a regional point of contact and also provides a lot of support around our developmental education work. So good morning, everyone here. And then I think in the back we have Chris Doherty, another member of the strategic planning team. He is also new, comes to us from ACT for many years, and he's working on a lot of our student debt measures and excess hours and so forth. So I think that's everybody from the coordinating board side in the room for now. And people may duck in and out. We'll do some additional introductions after lunch. So next up here is just an overview of the agenda, what we're going to be doing today. So the first thing is we're going to start with a 60 by 30 text progress update. I want to give you a sense of where we are statewide, as well as indicators, key indicators for your sector. And we'll get into some key accountability measures as well, what our progress looks like in the most recent year of 2018 data. Then we'll take some time to really focus on marketable skills. We'll be joined by Ginger Gossman and Rex Peebles. They are leading the marketable skills work. We have a couple of new indicators that we asked you about in the accountability system, so we'll share some data, but also folks are always interested in what's the work, what's expected, and have questions about the marketable skills piece. So we'll have some time there. We'll talk a little bit of nuts and bolts, 1015, that accountability system update. Luckily, we are in kind of our third full year of working in this new system, so it was pretty smooth this year. It on our side has gotten much smoother. There are some ongoing enhancements that we want to do to make it as user-friendly as possible, so we'll talk a little bit about those. Then we'll move into kind of that 1025 to 1215 is going to be talking about our top improver analysis. We really focused on transfer and completion this year. What we have done is really look by peer group and by region and made some comparisons and identified some folks who really knocked it out of the park in terms of improvement since over that period of 2016 to 2018. And then we'll have some institutional presentations from those top performers to talk about some of the things that are going on at their institution that they think are contributing to that, to those changes in the numbers. So then we'll break for lunch, and we'll have the regional work in the afternoon. So that'll start again with a presentation. We'll have the universities come in after lunch and start with some presentation and then move into breakouts. So you'll have almost 2 hours in breakouts where you're looking at the latest regional data. There'll be some facilitated discussion around data, and then also an opportunity for folks to hear about the strategies that each of the regions have identified in terms of trying to get to those big 60 by 30 text goals and targets at a regional level. So any questions or comments before we kind of jump in? All right, and I still didn't get any takers at this whole table up here. Okay, so I've kind of alluded to what these are, but just to lay it out pretty plainly, the objectives for our time today are so that participants will be knowledgeable about the state and institutional progress towards our goals and targets of the state plan, and particularly completion and marketable skills. We'll have time to focus on those areas. We want participants to be knowledgeable about the institutional strategies that are related to increasing completions, grad rates, and transfer outcomes. We want Participants have the opportunity to strengthen their connections between their peer groups and their regional institutions. And finally, come to understand better the regional 60 by 30 text targets and become knowledgeable about the institutional completion targets that are associated with those. All right. Okay, so we're going to jump in now to the statewide progress on 60 by 30 text. If you haven't seen this already or you didn't get the email, these slides are available. If you go on the coordinating board site and under the events link, if you want to follow along, this is the kind of slide that makes people want to look at it on their own computer because there's a lot of data here in a small space. So what you can see here are all of the 4 goals of the plan, 60 by 30, completion, marketable skills, and student debt, as well as the associated target areas. We're showing 3 years of data. You can see 2016, 2017, and 2018. I like to point out that there's an asterisk next to those years at the top because it's the data that is available to us in that year. So for our completions in 2018, that data is all 2018 data. There's a lag in some of the other measures, like our attainment, 60 by 30 attainment number is always a year behind, but it's what we kind of put together for that year of accountability. So what you can see here, and I'll just go through each of these, is that for 60 by 30, we had another strong year. So we're up to 43.5%. We had an increase of 1.2 percentage points this year, which is really good. When we're above a full percentage point, that's on the high end, and we need to be at about 1.3 percentage points each year to be on track to that 60 by 30 text goal. We had a strong year last year, 1.3 percentage points, 1.2 this year. So this is really strong growth 2 years in a row. And we know that this is a combination, reflects both the completion increases that that you all are working on in your institutions, but also reflects a really robust economy. We have a lot of jobs, and we've been bringing people in from other states and other countries with higher levels of education, and both of those factors are driving this number up. You can see we want to be at about 48% by 2020, so we're a little under that, but keep in mind that this is actually the 2017 data. We've got 3 years to get there for that 2020 benchmark. Completions, on the other hand, was a little bit of a softer year. You can see we're up to 341,000, and that was a little lower than we had last year. It was an increase of just 2.2%. We need to be closer to 4. We need to be about 3.9% each year if we're going to hit the ultimate target of 550,000 in 2030. We talk a lot about, when you look at these comparisons to what we need in any given year, think of that as suggestive, not kind of the final word on this. We don't anticipate, when this was originally done, it suggests the same amount of growth every year over the 15-year plan. We know that we may start a little slower and anticipate kind of bigger increases towards the end, but it gives you a sense of about how much we need to be on track. So associated with that kind of softer year in completions, we see that kind of throughout the target population. So with Hispanic, 115, almost 116,000. African American, we went up about 600 completions for about 1.4% increase. Male completions up to 143,000. Economically disadvantaged. This is one I want to spend a little time on. You can see we went from 124,178 to 124,434. So a very modest increase, less than 300 here, statewide. So that's one that we are looking at closely, and one that I hope that we'll have some time to talk about in our discussion groups, thinking about how do we support economically disadvantaged students to come into our institutions, and how do we support them ultimately to get to completion. Something that we've noticed is that some of the decrease that we saw in economically disadvantaged this year came at the associate's degree level, and we also saw it was more predominant among white students. So some of this may be an improving economy, right? So you're competing with good employment opportunities. So maybe more economically disadvantaged students are not coming in. Or that we aren't serving them in a way that they need. So we want to think about that and dig more deeply into the data. High school to higher education graduates who come directly into higher education the following fall is another one of our targets that we're monitoring. We don't have new data on this. We actually don't get the information from TEA until May usually. So we've got, here you can just see the 16 and 17 data. We did see a slight uptick in this area. We're still, it rounds to about 52%. We saw a slight increase last year, but that was the first time we had seen a decrease over the last couple of years. So hopefully we're going to see something in a more positive direction, but that's another one that I think we really need to keep an eye on. In terms of marketable skills, as I said, we'll talk a little bit more about the actual progress towards identification of marketable skills for all of your programs. Ginger and Rex will talk about that, but there's one target that we track quantitatively here around working and enrolled within 1 year. So we look at all of your completers for a particular year. We look 1 year out, and do we find either wage records or other employment records so we know what they're up to a year later. And you can see this is a maintenance goal for us at about 80%, and we're doing well. We're hanging right near that 80%. So that's where we want to be, and so we're in very good shape on that one, 78.5. And then for student debt, this is what we're aiming to do is that that students have no more, that their debt is no more than 60% of their first year wages. And I was recently at the TCCTA conference. Was anybody there? TCCTA? Obviously for faculty. Evan Smith was there, and he did a lunch speech, and he was very funny as he just kind of riffs on things and will just tell you how he thinks. And so the question came up about 60 by 30 text and sort of his impressions. And so he had a couple of things to say, and one was, well, I think 60 by 30 text is really good to have kind of a North Star for higher education. And he pointed out that TEA and TWC neither have a kind of comparable state level plans. And so they're both kind of referencing 60 by 30 text, which is actually a great thing for us. So the pipeline feeding in, and then where our students go afterwards, everyone's really kind of circled around 60 by 30 text. He said, but all those goals, those are not the same. Some of them are sexy and some of them are not sexy. And he said, student debt, I didn't know there was going to be math on this test. Debt as a percent of wage, that's really confusing. So anyway, I appreciate that you all will go down the rabbit hole with me on debt as a percentage of wage. Not exceeding 60% is where we want to be, and that's about where we've been and where we've stayed. So we're in good shape on our least sexy goal. But one of the high points, I think, is the excess semester credit hours. You can see over the last 3 years, statewide, we've gone from 19 to 18 to 16. So a two SCH drop statewide is big, and it's good news. And this happened both at the university level and at among 2-year degrees as well. So we'll talk a little bit about that in more detail, but that was a really positive piece. And then the last one, % of undergraduate students completing with debt. We're aiming for no more than 50% of our graduates to leave with debt. And you can see over the last couple of years, we've gone down from 48% to 47% to about 46%. And so in one way, I could say that this is a good story, right? So we want students not to leave with burdensome student debt. It's really important. But when I look in combination with the slowing of our economically disadvantaged completions, it just raises a question for me, are students taking out enough debt? Do we have students investing in higher education at a level so that they ultimately get the returns and the benefits of their higher education? So this is not causal, just an observation, but that's something that I think we need to continue to monitor, is that we want students taking out not too much debt, but enough debt to come in and succeed in higher education. So any questions or comments on this kind of opening table? Okay. So next are the public 2-year institutions. So this is the exact same table, but what we've done is just shown the public 2-year institutions. So what you can see in terms of completions, an increase of about 1% since last year. Overall, you did slightly better than the statewide average in terms of Hispanic completions, but do want to draw your attention especially to the economically disadvantaged completions, where we did see a decrease in this sector. So down to 59,000, a little under 60,000. For marketable skills, this sector tends to be very high in terms of who we find working and enrolled. You're above that 80% threshold that we look for statewide. Up close to 90% of your students are either working or enrolled a year later. And your student loan debt, not surprisingly, is hanging out around 40% debt as a percentage of wage. And that's, again, kind of where it's been. And when we look at the 60% statewide goal, we're not looking for every student to be at 60 or even every sector to be at 60. It's across the whole state. When we look at all of our graduates, we're looking for that 60%. So our four-year institutions are up closer to 70. You guys are around 40, but brings us to about 60 in the middle. And then the excess semester credit hours, this is where you can see that, that this sector went down from 26 to 24 excess semester credit hours. So there is still a long way to go, but really trending in the right direction, and this has been kind of a consistent trend over the last, if you look 5 years out. And students, percent of undergraduates completing with that, you can see that that went down. So let me stop for a second, and just with the person next to you, take 2 minutes to talk about sort of your observations, reactions, responses to the economically disadvantaged numbers. And sort of what do you see at your institution, and what do these numbers kind of trigger for you? So take 2 minutes. Okay, so I got a couple of questions that I think others may have in the room as well. So I'll start with these two questions, and then if there are other questions you want to talk about, let's do that. So the first question was around how do we calculate or establish economically disadvantaged? And so what we do is we look at students who are completers, and we look back to see if they ever had Pell. So even if it was for a short time or throughout the whole time, we look back 15 years? 15 years prior to make sure if we ever see them with a Pell record, then we count them. So it's a pretty inclusive measure of economically disadvantaged. And then the other question was, since we're looking at counts, how do you know this isn't just that you had kind of a change in population, or last year we had a larger cohort that was coming through and now we have a smaller cohort? So absolutely that could be the case. And so one thing that we've been looking at was FAFSA completions. And so we saw a lot of FAFSA completions in 2010, 2011, 2012. And then they started to trail off, right? So after the recession sort of ended, we had fewer students coming in to our colleges, but also fewer needy students. So this could be the end of that tail coming out. So this could be the students who started 13, 14. We had lower numbers of economically disadvantaged students in the pipeline, and then they've gotten over the hump here. So absolutely, that could be part of it. But we also look at graduation rates, and so something that we've seen when we look at cohorts of students is that the graduation rates for economically disadvantaged students and non-economically disadvantaged students have both gone up over time, but the gap has not changed much. So we're not doing significantly better with supporting them, relative to more advantaged students. So, any other questions or comments on this piece? Yeah, Lee. Oh, let me get you a microphone. Sorry.
Concerned because we don't have complete coverage on financial aid. Varying from, so there's still a significant gap in our student population. So that it's not a required question on the applied text. So I think it would be worthwhile to consider how we're impacting that sector.
Okay. And do you see it as an identification problem, that you don't know who they are necessarily, or that you don't have the resources to provide support to them?
We're not seeing, I think it's identification more than anything else, because if they don't fill out the FAFSA, they don't get Pell, and they don't answer the questions on the applied Texas as far as parental income, they're null space as far as this question goes. And it's pretty big. So I think we need to really consider how we're measuring that and operationalize it a little more effectively.
Well, that's good, and I think at least one of the presentations coming up, I know that we'll hear a little bit about some of the ways that one institution is thinking about support for economically disadvantaged students. So let's come back to that. Yeah.
The DACA students can't get Pell Grants, so we're excluding them. Do we know how many DACA students we have in Texas?
I do, but not off the top of my head. How many of our affidavit students do we have?
I don't know how many is at community colleges.
25,000 statewide of our affidavit students, but we can find for you how many are in the two-year sector. But it's relatively small, considering the total population. Other questions or comments? Okay. So at this point, I'm going to ask Elizabeth, she's going to take us through the next several slides and looking at some of the actual accountability tables that are in the accountability system for the two-year sector. Yes.
Can I make an observation?
Yes, please. Can I give you a microphone?
Oh. When we look at the numbers of economically disadvantaged students, you say 59,000 or 60,000 or 58,000. Question is, can you provide us a little bit more of a breakdown? These 59,895 students are concentrated in what colleges, in what regions of the state? Once we have that, I think we can be more proactive in funding resources to address that.
Yes, we'd love to provide that. So we can do that as a follow-up to provide a bit more detail kind of by credential, by region, by institution, and have a good conversation about that.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of follow up with some additional items that sort of contextualize what goes into when we think about these 60 by 30 regional targets. And some of these are going to look familiar because they're kind of things that we've already started to talk about. So first, I wanted to start by just looking at what's been happening with headcount. As Jenna mentioned earlier, like we kind of had seen, we went up and then we started to see a little bit of a decline. And now we think we're starting to kind of bounce back from the economic impact on headcount. And so in particular, when we look at the community college sector and all public two-year institutions, then we see that we're actually starting to see an increase in headcount. So this year we were up 3.5%, and that was primarily due to female enrollments. So, this is something that we might want to dig a little bit more into and think about how does this line back to those male completions where we're seeing some growth but haven't necessarily hit the targets that we're hoping to hit, and thinking about how who we bring in impacts who completes, right? So it's this entire process of you have to get them in the door, but then we need to support them throughout the process to completion. And then ultimately to getting a job, right? And all our students, that's what their ultimate goal is, regardless of whether they started a community college or elsewhere, is they want to get employed. So then we can see that we were up to 439,749 female students this year. Okay, also, we, among the two-year sector, I know there's a lot of time spent talking about dual credit because the majority of dual credit students are served by our community colleges and two-year institutions. And as you can see, we are seeing an increase in our dual credit population. It went up 3.4% this year compared to last year. So again, this is important as we think about those demographics of our students that we ultimately will be tracking for completion in the future. And think about how does this impact those completions, particularly when you think about economically disadvantaged. Because if you have programs where your students are completing their degree, their associate's or certificate before they ever get out of high school, they aren't eligible for aid, so they aren't going to be tracked as part of that economically disadvantaged group. So related to that, I thought we would look a little bit at the Pell Grant numbers. So approximately 30% of two-year students received a Pell Grant in fall 2017. This is down a little bit from the previous year, and we want to be thinking about how is this impacted by that shift, right? We saw our credit enrollment had declined a little bit statewide, and our dual credit enrollment had gone up statewide. Again, those dual credit students are contributing to that no Pell group. So it's going to kind of shift the balance of that a little bit. So we need to be thinking about that when we're thinking about who are we capturing and who are we touching when we talk about the economically disadvantaged groups.
Elizabeth, can I add just something, just to put the affidavit students in context? So there are about 17,000 students who are undocumented students, and just compare that in size to the size of these populations when you look at all the students who are on Pell, 209,000. So it's, anyway, just a small proportion. Just wanted to put that in context.
Yeah, so that is a group that we're missing, and we should be concerned about that, but at the same time, it's a small percentage of that population overall. Okay, so then, when we think about, what our population looks like, who our students are, then at the two-year level, that really links back to us for contact hours, right? Because that's that idea of how are we seeing this manifest in the state funding that we have available. So I wanted to just kind of take a minute for us to think about, so we're seeing shifts in our population in terms of, we're seeing more males, we're seeing more females, we're seeing more younger students, we're seeing fewer Pell eligible students, and at the same time, we're seeing declines in our technical division contact hours and our CE contact hours. So we want to be thinking about, what's happening at the institutional levels that can help explain kind of why do you think these patterns are happening? So what's happening at your institution in terms of CE and technical that may or may not make this statewide trend surprising to you? So actually, if you guys want to just take a minute and talk about that a little bit with the people around you, if you have any thoughts on that idea of, what do you see happening that you think makes this not surprising or is surprising based on your institutional experience. Yes. Okay, I just wanted to share a couple of key things that I kind of heard in conversations and that people shared with me as I went around. And, you know, there was discussion around, as we think about this dual credit experience and we think about what students are being offered in the high schools in terms of marketable skills and technical programs, that we think part of this decline in technical ultimately is related to the idea that students are getting certifications before they ever exit high school. So they are less likely to come into the two-year institutions as technical students, depending on what that ultimate route is. I also had another institution brought up when we were thinking about this idea of how do we track economically disadvantaged students, that one thing that they have been doing that maybe we should consider at the co-board or proposed we should consider is this idea of, can we get at economically disadvantaged for dual credit by looking at free and reduced lunch records? I know TEA does track that. I don't know about our ability to use that data, but so just something to consider. Are there other comments or questions that anyone wanted to share with the group? No? Okay, I want to loop back around to the technical piece then. So what I think is important about that is if we look at the numbers and what they're telling us, the one place that we're up is academic contact hours. So that supports this kind of idea that the kind of student we're getting now is shifting more towards that academic focus where they may ultimately have that goal of transferring on to another institution. Yes?
Hold on.
Let us give you, sorry.
But if we're increasing on females and with the Perkins requirements and non-trad, it kind of seems like we need to be paying attention to this a little bit and still have balanced strategies.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, is that especially through the Perkins funding, ultimately, we're still responsible for making sure that those students have those technical tracks available and are making use of them. Any other comments? Okay. So related to that idea of thinking about more of our students are on this academic track is this idea of excess semester credit hours. As Jenna already pointed out for us, you know, the two-year public institutions are declining in excess semester credit hours, which is good for our students. It means they're accruing more credits that should be on target for what their ultimate credential will be. However, I wanted us to take a moment to kind of look at, when you look at students who are at the same institution versus who graduate from another institution than where they started, there's a significant difference in the amount of excess credit hours that they end up with in the end. So our average statewide is 24. However, if students start at the same institution and complete that credential, they only tend to carry 19, whereas if they transfer between institutions, they tend to carry 36. And again, this is statewide. This doesn't mean it applies to every single student, but we need to be thinking about, particularly as there's been a lot of discussions, I know, at the institutional level about the idea of Texas guided pathways and all of these things that are about let's focus on getting our students on the right path and carrying them through to completion. This excess semester credit hours really shows us how important that is, that we try to ensure that they are identifying how they want to move forward effectively.
Because I had somebody ask me about that very statistic. The group that are in the same, that only counts the students that have only attended your institution. The other would include any students who attend your institution and have transferred in other hours.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was right.
Yes. So the same as the ones that have only been at yours.
Only been
Just clarify slightly. So it's not as pure as what you just said. It's basically, do we find that they started FTIC at your institution and they completed at your institution? We don't track every hour in between. Other is they FTIC started somewhere else and then graduated at your institution.
So that was backwards.
Yep.
Thank you.
So so dual credit hours, let's say someone had dual credit hours that they took somewhere else before, if they were FTIC at yours, they're going to be in your same pool. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay, Diane, clear definition for excess semester credit hours.
So, let's see. So the way it depends, okay, the community college is done is that if it's an associate degree, it's set at 60 hours. And that was because we don't collect like individual student level what your program hours are. There is, on the program inventory, there's such a fluctuation and kind of like number of hours that a program can be. So they decided to set it at 60, which also goes in line with, I think they passed legislation that almost all associate degrees have to be 60 hours, so we just go with the 60. So we accumulate your hours over 10 years, and anything over 60 is excess. And then a university does the 120 is the cap for them. Or no, actually, we go by individual because they report on their CBM-1. I think in their junior year, their senior year, they have to report by student what program they're in and what those hours are. So we can actually match the student up to their specific program hours.
Any other questions about excess hours? Okay. So then we see here that we are starting to see this, decline in the average excess semester credit hours. And I wanted to relate this back to kind of what are we seeing in the trends concerning success points. So while we're seeing that, our excess credit hour average has gone down to 24 statewide, that the success points for students completing 15 semester credit hours or more prior to transfer has decreased from 2016 to 2018. So this is kind of like the marketable skills item that Jenna alluded to, with this idea of this could maybe be a positive thing, and we need to dig more into it. It's this idea of thinking about how does this really impact what's going on. So we're seeing less excess semester credit hours. Is that because our students are transferring sooner? Because we're seeing fewer students transfer with 15 semester credit hours or more? Or is it that we are doing a better job of just getting those students targeted and moving on to their degree plan? So it's just something that, we should be thinking about and looking at, more closely in terms of, how do these two trends relate to each other? Luis is coming with the microphone.
Thank you for that. So when we start looking at students who might be transferring on possibly earlier, and then when we start our messaging with them to complete, we've done a lot of conversations at our college about the reverse transfer opportunity. So when I have a student that starts with me as an FTIC, transfers early, but then reverses back with excess hours from my other, or additional hours from the four-year institution, does that count against my excess of hours?
So at the point where the credential is conferred, that's when we stop the clock, right? So if that student went on and was up at 70 hours, they're at the university, and then the reverse transfer happens, so it would be the 10 excess hours, So we don't differentiate sort of where the hours were taken. It's when...
If they reverse back, or if they send their transcript back prior to attaining their four-year degree, their credential will be counted with my institution because they started as an FTIC, and it also carries the transferable hours from their four-year institution towards my excessive hours. Is that correct?
That's true,
Okay.
and I think that, it says something about wanting to get that reverse transfer to happen as close to when they get to over the 60 threshold, so you're...
against a reverse transfer. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'll need help with that a little bit because I think that goes against the official definition of a reverse
the
transfer.
66.
And so the point in which they're eligible, yes,
Yes,
to reverse
yeah,
back to
sorry.
me. So,
When they're at 66, sure.
okay, thank you.
But what I'm saying is as opposed to when they're close to the bachelor's degree versus when they're closer to when they are at the associate level is what I'm suggesting. Yeah.
This data would be very helpful, especially in our regional work. We were at a meeting yesterday with some of our university partners up in East Texas regarding transfer with the Dana Center. And one of the comments back to our institution was we are transferring students to our partner university, and they gave us a specific example of a student that came to them with 93 hours. And it impacted their financial aid and exactly what they could do. Now, the rest of that piece is our dean just happened to know that student, a very smart student. He completed a certificate and 2 associates with us just so he could have a fallback technical degree if the bachelor's thing didn't work out. And so there is a lot of conversation in terms of, and we were just talking, South Plains College, about we are the cheaper alternative. And if we're going to be regional partners, we have to consider what's not only best for the student, but our region as well. And so I think that's sometimes hard to actually articulate until you see a student. Yes, he had a lot of hours, but he had 3 awards, and those would put him to work in our region. And so I think that's a conversation. It's kind of hard some days. We didn't do anything wrong. The student didn't do anything wrong, and neither did the university.
So I think this is an important point, that there are reasons why excess hours may be important investments in your education, right? So, but on average, that is not the student pathway that we hear. That's not the student pathway we see in the data. So lots of times we see students who get to a single credential and they've got 30 plus excess hours, and they haven't gotten multiple credentials along the way. That is the more typical story, and so that's what we're trying to bring attention to. So, and then think about this too, it's an average. We're not counting the DevEd hours against you, we're not counting the dual credit hours, any other AP hours that people come in, that's gonna bring them under that 60 showing up on your hours. So, for every student where there's a legitimate 90, there's some that are gonna be a legitimate 50. And so this is an average that we're talking about. So I think that there's room in this to say there's some diversity, but overall, we don't want students paying 50% more than they need to for their degree.
That reminded me, of one issue that came up earlier. Have you resolved the issue of students who get multiple credentials being counted multiple times with more and more hours? Because we talked about only counting the first degree that they earn toward this.
So we made the change to kick out a second associate's degree. So
Okay, and maybe a third and a fourth, because I've got some of
yes, just that first one goes in the calculation.
Okay, so I mean, this is all great discussion and getting us on track and thinking about this idea of what are these different things that factor into this, and ultimately what are we doing to help make sure that that student has the best information to make the best decision for them to move forward, both in education and then after that into the workforce. So in addition to the success, or excuse me, how many points or how many semester credit hours we're transferring with, I also wanted to call attention to the fact that the success points for credentials awarded have increased steadily since 2012. So our students are taking less semester credit hours. We are accruing more credentials. So that means that, we are trying to get those students on that path and be mindful of those aspects. And that's going to help us get towards these 60 by 30 targets that we have. Thank you.
All right, so if you haven't gone to the accountability system lately or don't go on a regular basis just because it's good and fun, just be aware that this is one of the sector-specific measures that you can find. So when you go into the accountability system, everything's organized by our 4 big goals and targets of 60 by 30 text, but under sector-specific and other is where you can find the detail for the statewide and for your institution for all your success point information. Okay, so next we're going to shift to talk about marketable skills, and I'd like to welcome Ginger Gossman and Rex Peoples to come on up from the back, come on down, to take us through the marketable skills session. I should also mention that for folks on the phone, that the best way, if you have questions, if you want to go ahead and email Luis, that's luis.martinez@thecb.state.tx.us. Rattled that off quickly, but hopefully you have it. Would be a good way for us to address any questions or concerns that are coming up for you all. So.
Thank you. Good morning. Is it just me, or is this a great turnout? This is a big turnout. I want to hear a round of applause. You guys were showing up. That's awesome. Look at that. Oh, wow. Enthusiasm is through the roof. We'll work on our rock star presence in a minute. Okay, so thanks for coming again, and we really appreciate the time that you invest at your institutions and in your regions. And speaking of regions, we're going to spend a little bit of time reviewing the marketable skills goal. I know this will be familiar to you, but we have encouraged some of the regional groups who are part of the regional target initiative to tune in this morning. So we're just going to review this information to orient them in case they're tuning in. So, oh, do I have a clicker? My name is Ginger Gossman, and I'm here with my esteemed colleagues, Rex Peebles, who will help me field questions. In fact, I'm just going to let him answer all the questions because he knows everything. So, just a reminder that what this goal says is that by 2030, all graduates from Texas public institutions of higher education will graduate from programs or complete programs with identified marketable skills. So we know that your programs, your academic programs, your technical programs are already offering skills of value to the workforce. We simply want you to identify what those skills are and communicate them to students. a lot of times what may be happening is that the language that workforce is using may be different than what you're using on your academic or technical side, and we just want to calibrate those words so that students have an easier time marketing themselves to employers when they respond to job postings. So when we were developing the higher education strategic plan in 2014, 2015, a lot of the headlines were riddled with things like this, trying to craft an argument or feeding into the narrative that higher education really wasn't worth it. And the marketable skills goal is one of our responses to that narrative, to say that we don't think it's true. We think higher education is very much worth it. Indeed, the wage data that we have over time that you see in our almanac every year plays that out, that higher education is very much worth it. So the value of education is very much tied into the marketable skills goal, so that when you communicate those skills to students and they are aware of how they can market themselves, they are also having a better understanding of why the time and the money they invested in their college education was very much worth it. Why does this matter for students? So every year, UCLA does a survey or conducts a survey of freshman students, and every year over 85% of students respond to an item that asks, why do you think, or what was the most important reason that you came to college? And again, every year, over 85%, I came to college to get a better job. So it's a reasonable expectation that students will complete their programs and get a good job. And again, the wage data plays that out. If you look at people who have a degree or people who have a certificate, they are doing better than students who have only a high school education. So what is a marketable skill? When we first rolled out this goal, this was the most common question we got from the field. And I will admit that it's sort of we're using a pretty loose interpretation of what, or meaning when we share this with others, because we want you to take ownership of what is a marketable skill for your students. What are the marketable skills that you're teaching in your programs? But on a very high level, it is a skill that is valued by employers. It can be cognitive, applied. And your students may be getting these skills certainly through your programs, but also through curricular or co-curricular activities or extracurricular activities. So internships. If you have internship programs through your programs, think about the marketable skills that are being that students are acquiring through their internships. Think about the marketable skills that students are acquiring through, say, student government or other organizations on your campus that they're part of. We have two targets associated with this goal. The first one is really about creating a process to identify those marketable skills. Now, you all were well suited to address this first target because you already have advisory boards for a lot of your programs. You're already in constant communication with your regional employers, which is wonderful. So again, you're already set up to accomplish this goal. And by next year, we were asking that all institutions will have created that process to identify marketable skills and implemented that process. And part of this is that what the process you've identified and implemented by next year will be one that can be replicated on a regular basis. And the reason why we want this to happen is because marketable skills should be updated as the labor market changes. And again, sometimes that change is not necessarily a change in practice, it's a change in language. So for example, how many of you have data scientists on your campus now? Or how many of you see data scientists as a job posting in your regions? I know there's more of you seeing that. That's a relatively new job title that emerged in the last 5 or 6 years. But the skill sets that are required for that job are really the same that folks like yourself, researchers, policy analysts have been using for 20+ years. But they've been rebranded into this job title called data scientist. And students may not realize that the skills that they have are ones that where they could get a job doing that work if we don't help them calibrate the language between what they're learning and what the job posting says. So the other target that's part of this goal is to maintain, this is a maintenance target, and it's to maintain the percentage of students or as percentage of graduates that we find in the Texas workforce a year after they complete. This is a metric we have been collecting for a very long time now, over 15 years, I believe. I always look at Diane when I say that. So we've been collecting this for a long time. In fact, we've been posting it on our website for a really long time. And it's been about 80% for probably since 2013, I think. And that's why we want to follow this to see where it goes. If it goes up, that could be a good thing because more of our students are finding jobs in Texas, and that'd be great for our economy if they're earning competitive wages. If it goes down, it could be good for our students. What if Amazon 25 opens up in Oregon, and a lot of our students move to Oregon, but they're making great salaries? That's good for our students. It may not be amazing for the Texas economy, but ultimately, 60 by 30 Texas is a student-centered plan, and we're really focused on our student success. So we've been working here, the coordinating board, to help you implement this goal. We had a Marketable Skills Conference in 2016. We developed some guidelines. How many of you have seen those guidelines? I know we handed them out last year. Okay, we will resend those. We had a Marketable Skills Conference last year, and we have created a Career Readiness Handbook. So the Marketable Skills Guidelines has several pieces to it. First, we talk about kind of the big picture, how this fits into the mission of higher education. We are not at all trying to change the mission of higher education. Indeed, we're trying to bolster that, again, tying back into the value of college and why it's worth the time and the money. We are still all focused on educating people to become engaged citizens. Again, define what are marketable skills. We keep that pretty loose so that you can take up ownership of that. We talk about what is actually required by this goal. What is the action items that are expected of you? We talk about how we're tracking the marketable skills goal, and I'll share some data on that a little bit in the next few slides. We also give some really, what we hope are good tips on how to get started implementing this on your campus. And one of the things we heard a lot of early conversations were asking us about learning outcomes, and could we just use our learning outcomes to make those our marketable skills? And Dr. Peebles has pointed out a few times that learning outcomes are written for an academic audience. It's how we talk to each other. It's not how we talk to students. So you can certainly start there with your program learning outcomes for sure, but translate that into a language that would fit on a resume. Translate that into a language that a student could actually talk about during their interview with an employer. And we also provide some information on some frequently asked questions. The other piece of that we've been working on recently, and it is now available, is our Career Readiness Handbook, and you can see it's posted online. How many of you have seen that? So a few of you. Okay, great. So the Career Readiness Handbook is part of a series that we have been working with the Texas Workforce Commission on. So they already have readiness handbooks for middle school students, and they have a readiness handbook for high school students. And they wanted to work with us to create a handbook for students entering college, regardless of age. So this is not targeted towards your traditional student. It's written in a way that would appeal to anyone coming into college. And what it does is it offers some guidelines on how to be thinking about a student's career from the beginning. So once they step foot on your campus, I mean, they're overwhelmed with information, but with the handbook, they can take a look at it, they can put it down, they can come back to it later, they can take a look at it, they can put it down, they can come back to it later. We just want them to start thinking about getting that good job, getting that better job, the whole reason they're coming to college. Think about that from the moment you get at your college. And gives them some practical ways to think about being ready for the workforce, and how your colleagues and your peers are one of the best resources they have available to them while they're in college to prepare for workforce, including your career services staff, your career services professionals. So here are, as you know, we started asking about the marketable skills, that first target. how is the creation of the process and the implementation of that process, how's that going on your campuses? We started asking about this last year. We realized once we got the data that we did not do a stellar job on writing the question because the data we got back was not the data we thought we would get back. So we have worked on improving that question, and I don't know if we've nailed it, but we've gotten a lot closer. So overall, this is all institutions. These are the responses that we got. Great progress in terms of who has created and implemented. Still have some who have created the process but not implemented it. A pretty big chunk, if you look at no, we haven't done anything, and those who didn't respond, who we are thinking are those who probably haven't done anything. So a sizable chunk of those folks here. As you can see, that's all institutions. So what this tells us is that we still have some work on our end to do to provide support on implementing this goal. And I'll talk about some of the things we have planned in a minute. So universities, they look fairly similar to overall in terms of who has created and implemented, actually the same number, 41%. A lot more knows we have a process, but we haven't actually put it in place yet. And still quite a big chunk of no or did not respond. And here's what your numbers look like. So still 41%, that's pretty consistent across sector. A much smaller chunk of no, we've got the process, but we haven't put it in place yet. And a pretty sizable chunk of no, we haven't done either. So after the presentation, I'd love to hear, well, actually, if anyone would like to share, what supports do you think the coordinating board could offer you to help you put your yellow pie slice into a blue pie slice? We'd love to know that information. Anybody have any ideas on that? Yes, you can volunteer that anonymously.
I was wondering, is there like a repository of marketable skills for different types of degrees or certificates? Because I can imagine it wouldn't be too different, you know, across different colleges. And so if they're models already, being able to look at a list of statements and then picking from those, I think might be helpful.
We do have a list of suggestions that we can share. We shared those with some workforce folks, actually, some workforce boards members not too long ago, and they did not think the list was realistic. So we were happy to share them, but we haven't disseminated that widely simply because of the response we got from workforce when we passed it by them.
Hi, I have a question for clarity. It sounds like what you're saying is we can use the same skills that we have identified in our program level outcomes, but we just need to change the language in a way that students can articulate that to future employers. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, so program learning outcomes are a great place to start, but you're not finished. You still have some work to do because, again, you need to calibrate that language and make it something more useful for students. You also ideally will be bouncing that off your workforce, your employers, to make sure that the marketable skills you're identifying resonate with them.
Wow, Ginger, keep it some distance. What I heard being asked over here, and I could be wrong about, do we list? I was thinking you were saying that, do we know what other people, what those are we?
Okay.
It's an interesting idea, and I think we ought to share those with everyone.
Yes, thank you. So we know what skills are being identified when someone proposes a new program, because that is required now as part of the application for a new program. But we don't know what the skills are at this point being identified in the field for existing programs. However, we are planning for the future, going to be thinking about how to provide some best practices on implementation, and if possible, we will integrate as much as we know in terms of identified skills into that. We've been digging in just a little bit to the qualitative data that you provided in the accountability system for the marketable skills item, and we're using that to start identifying some best practices. And so we can integrate or weave that into the best practices document we're going to start next year.
Ginger?
Yes. Just one more question for clarity. We do need to identify marketable skills for our fields of study as well. Is that correct?
The goal says that it is for at the program level.
So not distinguishing field of study from the general AA and AS?
Yeah, you don't need, if you're talking about fields of study in the context of those that we have identified, then the answer to that would be no. So, because the field of study should be already embedded in a program. So it would be the program that you're identifying marketable skills for without separating that out. And so, and what I would think of, so let me just back up and say one thing about this. This whole goal was based on the assumption that every program teaches marketable skills and that they're embedded in the program, they're there, but the language that's used for those in terms of student learning outcomes are not always recognizable by industry. So I think a lot of this often is a translation problem between how we think of these things, and we, being higher education, and how industry thinks of these things and how they get identified. But I think they're clearly there. And again, it started with this notion that while people were bashing higher education and saying, you're not turning out people who have marketable skills, our response to that was, well, yes, we are, but we may not be putting it in the same language that business and industry does. So part of this is designed to make that translation clear to both the student and to business and industry that yes, I do have these marketable skills and this is what they are. So.
Thank you, Rex. Great question. Just so you know of the few things that are coming, we are working on one more question, sorry.
I just wanted to add that ONET might be a resource for marketable skills.
Yes, and that is included in the guidelines. Thank you. Hopefully you are. If you're using that, kudos. We are working on an internship toolkit. It is designed for your employer partners. And what the toolkit provides is information on here's how you start an internship that aligns with 60 by 30 techs. Or if you already have an internship program, yay, here's how to modify it if needed to align with 60 by 30 techs. And as I talk about this, I started wondering how many of you actually hire interns in your divisions or in your departments? And so, yay, please think about that. If something happens and somebody leaves or something and you have a little bit of money, think about hiring one of your students as an intern and help them talk through the marketable skills that they are acquiring by working with you. Our leadership conference is this fall. Every year we pick a theme, and this year the theme is marketable skills. So day 1 will be standard training, day 2 will be focused on marketable skills, and we are in talks for creating a marketable skills conference for 2020, which all of you will be hearing about. So I did just want to bump back here for a moment. So as we were kind of starting to comb through the qualitative data, I haven't gotten that far into it, but I noticed that at least a handful of you talked about leveraging your guided pathways work as a place to talk about marketable skills. And we find that really interesting. And I'd love if one of you is able to talk about that, to tell us what's going on. We'd love to hear about it. Is it that the work includes or encompasses marketable skills, or is it that you just happen to have all the right people in the same room? Is it both? I just need one hand. I just need one hand to go up. I see a lot of nodding heads, but okay, well, thank you for your nodding heads. That is a place to start. Any other questions related to marketable skills? Anything you want to add, Rex or David? Oh, yes, Tamara.
respond to what you're saying.
Oh, my question about, okay, so we were surprised to see that the Guided Pathways work was a place to talk about marketable skills from our understanding of the Guided Pathways work. So we're just curious to know, how are you using that work, or how are you leveraging that work to advance marketable skills, the goal on your campuses? Okay.
Okay, well, I'll be the one hand.
Okay, thank you.
So if you, when we launched our 1.0, because we're like in 3.0 implementation of Guided Pathways, when you're going back and making sure that you have the alignment and the stackables, that's when we've been embedding, revisiting all of this. So in that curriculum reframing, field of study reviews, and all that alignment work, that's when it's being embedded, because we have to engage your advisory boards when you're going in and fixing all the stackables and making sure that everything aligns. That's how we embed it in ours.
It took me just a minute, so thank you. I think one of the things that we've used specifically is when we look at our academic awards and those pathways and the transfer and working with those institutions, those universities, versus when you work on the technical side, it's very, well, for us, it's a little easier, I should say, to clearly define those, because you're putting them into the workforce, versus when we have a student that's going on an English track. What we discovered, and part of it was at the conference that you guys did, was that we needed to articulate to the student what skills they're taking to the university. And if that pathway was leading them there, it was our job to help them articulate that. And so, is that what you're asking?
Yes, no, that's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, thank you for your time. That's all that I have to share. Feel free to reach out if you have any other questions about the marketable skills goal. And have a great session today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. Thank you, Rex. Appreciate it. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is just go through a little bit some of the nuts and bolts updates of the actual accountability system itself. So we've kind of done the content pieces of some of what the data say that are in the accountability system. So just closing out the marketable skills idea, we actually asked you 3 questions this year in terms of the institutional portal, and we're getting a little feedback from the conference call line. Go ahead and mute if you're on the conference call line. Thank you for hanging with us. So with the marketable skills question, we asked that first question that Ginger showed you the results of, do you have a process and have you implemented it? We asked you if you have started developing your process and implementing it, what is that, can you describe that process to us? And then the third was, how many programs do you have and what number of them have you already identified marketable skills for? So what we're going to do is, this year we're making public just that first question. Next year we're going to be making that second piece, the number of your programs that are already done. And keep in mind, we're headed towards 2020. You still have another year. And then we're using the describe the process question more for kind of internal learning. And we may share that kind of the following year as there are kind of examples that we want to highlight. We'll make that more public. But we're kind of trying to ramp up into what we share and what we're collecting from you all to kind of go with the process of implementation and where we hope people will be in those key benchmark years. So in terms of the system itself, there are a few new features that I wanted to make sure you knew about. And I'll go through each of these. So there are a couple of ways you can download your full accountability report if you want to see all the measures included. There are some different options, new options in our interactive data download system, and we'll talk about those. And then just some process things like the system is working indicators. So for the first piece, what I wanted to show you is if you are the lucky person who gets to submit data through the institutional portal in the accountability system, a feature that was available in the previous system but has not been available is folks wanted to be able to review everything that they put in that's going to show up live, but before it actually goes live. So they wanted to be able to do the input and then have leadership review and approve before everything goes public. So that's now available. So if you're in the institutional portal, if you have any questions about, there's typically one person or one login per institution. So if you have any questions about that, Diane would be the person to connect with. But if you're in that institutional portal, you can go under report review and hit reports and create a PDF. And that's how you can get that full kind of preview version of your responses. And there are also 2 ways to download the full accountability report for your institution. There are pluses and minuses between these 2 ways, and you can decide what suits you. So the first option that I'm showing you here is if you're just in the accountability system. In this example, you've picked public 2-year colleges on the left-hand side for your sector. You've gone in and selected community colleges. And in this case, Lucky Amarillo College is on top. And what you can see, there's a red box there. It says Create Complete Report. And when you do that, it'll basically do a straight data grab from everything that's showing up for the 2018 accountability data, and it will produce a PDF for you. So the good news is that it's the most current data and it's comprehensive. The bad news is that there are all sorts of funny page breaks, so it's not formatted as nicely as you would hope. So that is a manual process that we have to go through. So to get a nice, pretty version that has all the page break and formatting exactly the way you'd want, you go into our interactive system. So in the interactive system, at the bottom, you'll see there's 3 options there, the accountability reports. If you click there, you will find all of the kind of a prettier PDF. The bad news is that's still 2017 data. So that's a manual process, and we are close to finishing it, but that is that option. So you can go back, but you've got the 2017 available. So a work in progress. We work for the state. Things are moving along as best we can. Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention to you are the predefined reports. So the interactive portal has been there for a while, and it's, you know, if you really like to get down in the weeds of data, you want to download data, you want to have a spreadsheet, you want to sort, you want to calculate, all that kind of stuff. Interactive is where you want to be. And that's that download data, full customized data that you can get there. But we found that lots of things, people just want, let me just see enrollment, let me just see completions, let me see grad rates. There are a few kind of key things that people want to see on a regular basis. And so we basically produced fewer options, just a readily available report for your download. So you can see kind of the key things. Graduation rates was one of the key ones that people really wanted, because initially we provided counts and people wanted to see it in the rate format. So this is, you can click on that, you'll head to, you'll get a downloadable Excel spreadsheet, and you can see you've got universities and community and technical colleges in here, and you can see the different year options. And you can go in and see, okay, for all the institutions in the state, here's the 3-year graduation rate. You can see the cohort sizes and so forth. So for just some of those handy reports, those are now available. And then hopefully you've seen this for a while. The system loads sort of slowly, and so people weren't sure if it was stuck or if it was really doing something. So now you can see when those little dots are moving around, you know at least that it's working, so you've got a good indication. Okay, so this again, a process item. One of the major priorities for our division, we did our own internal strategic planning last summer, and we talked about ways that we could improve the work that we do. And one of the biggest kind of pain points that emerged was around when we think about producing the accountability data and the almanac and everything that flows from it. It all relies on, a lot of it relies on those fall CBM reports that come in. And when those come in late, it has a huge trickle-down effect for all of those, these kind of major items that we're doing, including formula funding. So we put a big emphasis in the last year on really increasing the timeliness or enhancing the timeliness of data reporting. And so we've set out a big goal for ourselves and for you all, and ask for your partnership in trying to get to 100% of our fall CBM reports to be certified within 4 weeks of the due date and ready for use by us within 6 weeks. So that is what has been in the manual. That has been what we have asked for a long time, but we haven't supported it in a robust way. So We're doing more in terms of really emphasizing the dates that we really need it to be in by. We've started doing automatic notifications to let people know, earlier that we need to get it in on time. So those kinds of things have been actually very helpful. So as you can see, this year, just kind of our first go at this, we went from last year, we only had about 84% of our reports in and certified by December 1. This year, we were up to 94% of those were in and certified, which is awesome. And it allowed us to get the accountability system out almost a month earlier. So it was a really big improvement for us. And so I want to say thank you to everybody for your hard work and helping us be able to put this information out, especially in a legislative session year. People are eager to see this kind of information. Yeah, Phyllis.
Jenna, I know we've talked about this before, but has there been any more discussion on adding more years of data into the new accountability site? Because if we want to go back further than the fiscal year 14, we've got to go into the old, construct it that way.
Right. So right now we are mostly focused on moving forward, and we already have a little bit of a speed issue in terms of how much data is in there, because it's live pulling the data into tables when you make requests. So right now we're working on speed is sort of more important. That's our next thing to hit on before we think about adding back years. So it remains available in the old accountability system, but I know I run into that as a pain as well. Yeah. So this is just an example of how we can check the reporting status, and you can see for your institution if you're interested. And then future enhancements. Number 5, I already mentioned, improving the speed is important. We want to get, obviously, those final full accountability reports that I talked about with the nice formatting done soon. We're adding more tables to Interactive, so you can download almost everything that's in Interactive, or everything that's in the accountability system, plus some additional stuff. We want to add FEIS to the output. That's been a request for people to be able to merge information, sort information in different ways. And then we also have gotten a lot of feedback on kind of the user friendliness of, you always have to pick a sector first, and then you pick a goal, and then you pick a measure. And then if you switch, it kind of kicks you back to picking a sector again. And so we know the no wrong door policy has been violated in the way that this was originally created. And so that's something we're going back and we're having a contractor kind of help us enhance that. So in the works, we've heard you, and if there are other things, and so additional years of data or other things that you're interested in, let us know. We'll kind of keep an ongoing enhancement list as we keep working. All right. So now, let's take a breath, stretch. We're shifting gears. Okay. I'm going to put this down. Okay. So now I think this is the most fun part. This is the lead up to some of the institutional presentations. If you need water, if you need coffee, stay strong, stay energized. So we'll have, again, some institutional presentations and some time for discussion as well coming up. But what we're going to shift to now is the top improver analysis. So I'm going to offer some kind of some broad comments, and then we'll actually get into looking at the matrices that show comparisons of institutions by region and by sector. And so maybe I'll pass them out when you start talking, so we get, okay. So last year, and this is something I'd like you to think about, and I'll ask you again at the end, is last year when we did this for the first time, and we got really positive responses from folks because they said, it's good for the coordinating board maybe not to talk at us for a whole day, so that's kind of fun to have other people talking, so that's good. And we also like that we're really utilizing the data, and we're looking at these people who've made pretty significant jumps in the last couple of years, and it's interesting and useful to hear about their experiences. And so we decided that this is going to be kind of a feature of our accountability meetings for the foreseeable future. And we focused on completions last year and grad rates. And my thought is that we should kind of make an arc of an improvement cycle by staying focused on some of these measures for a couple of years. And this is not to say that student debt isn't also important or that our attainment number isn't also important. These things are very important. But in terms of what I think, we're starting with completion. It feels like kind of the thing that most people are already focused on and feels kind of ready for intervention and readily amenable to intervention. And so wanted to stay focused, I think, for kind of a 3-year cycle where we can say, all right, we're all looking at these numbers, we're looking at them the same way, and we want to drive some improvement in this way and hopefully learn from each other. So the question that I'll ask you to tell me, and you should start thinking about, is, so we're now 2 years that we've been looking at completion. Do we want to look at completion outcomes again for a 3rd year to kind of give us time to really think in a focused way about improvement on this, the goal of completion and the associated targets? Or would you like to switch it up and look at something else for next year? So we'll come back to that at the end. But for this year, we focused on completion, and then not just the associated targets, but the element of transfer. We really see transfer as a critical piece in the completion pathway. And transfer is a really hot topic in the legislature this year. There are lots of bills being filed, and there's a lot of sausage making happening right now, bringing ideas together. I think there is an openness and willingness among the universities, community colleges, coordinating board to try and sit down and find some common ground, and heard in the House last night that they were saying, you know, this feels like the year we might get something done. So the coordinating board, as you also know, has been working really hard on fields of study, and I'll have a couple of slides about that. So for those reasons, we wanted to add at least one indicator this year to talk about transfer. So at the high level, and you kind of saw this with your success point information that Elizabeth shared, here's kind of where we are across the university sector and the public 2-year sector. So you can see that we're making, you know, we've made significant progress in this area, up 34,000 since 2015. And graduation rates, while that's not a particular goal or target under the plan, graduation rates certainly tell us something about our completions, and they're a leading indicator. So I always think of completions as a function of your grad rate and your enrollment in, you know, in a kind of a crude way. So you need, if you want completions to be growing, you want your enrollment to be growing, and you also want to be more successful with those students at the same time, right? So this is 101, but we do like to look at graduation rates. And so you can see this is over the long term. Both with our universities and with our 2-year colleges, we've seen really significant improvements. So look at that red line for the community colleges. That's the 3-year graduation rate. Back in 2000, we were just above 10% 3-year graduation rate as a state. And it is now 22.8%. So we've more than doubled over this period of time. Now take a look at the blue line. So we were at just over 15%. We're now over 30% for that for the 4-year graduation rate. Again, we've doubled over this period of time. And then the 6-year rate, we've gone from about 26% to about 36, 37%. So up, you know, 10 plus percentage points over this long haul. And if you look really in the last 3 years, look how that's really trending up. So there's a lot of hard work going on, and we're really starting to see it in these numbers, and that's really exciting. And we talked already about the completions for our subpopulations that we're focused on: African American, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged, and male. And you can see these are the statewide numbers. So we're seeing these improvements overall, but we really need to accelerate a lot of the, when we think about the small increase in, let's say, economically disadvantaged completions. So that means almost all of our increases came from our advantaged students over the last year. And so part of what we want to do with this top improver analysis is highlight folks who are serving large and growing populations that we're focused on here at the state level, and hear about what are some of the things that institutions are up to that they think are contributing. So again, just kind of some broad perspective. The Texas Demographic Center gave us produced new population projections this year, and we use them in our enrollment forecast, and we're also updating some of our projections here. So what you can see is by different age groups, 0 to 17, 18 to 24, 25 to 34, and then over 35, the demographic changes for our white population, our African American population, and our Hispanic population. So, you know, no surprise to anyone in this room, our African American population is growing, and our Hispanic population is growing really fast, and across all age groups. One shift that happened in kind of the latest numbers is that the white population was actually expected to decrease over, between now and 2030. But those decreases have been moderated. So the white population is not decreasing in the way that was anticipated. So you can see for our youngest population, they're a little bit up, 18 to 24, essentially flat. Up somewhat for 2025 and decreasing only in the 35 to 64 category. If you looked at this a year ago, those red lines were almost all negative. And so what's happening is that we're seeing two things. One is actually Hispanic growth is continuing, but it's continuing at a little bit slower pace than was anticipated. And then the white decrease is not happening in the same way. So there's actually a lot of in-migration happening in the state of Texas, and so a significant portion of that in-migration is white population coming in. So that's a little bit of a shift that we've seen. And so then switching over to transfer, just want to point out, these are some of the measures that we track, not in accountability, but in our, in the almanac, so you may have seen these graphs. So what we've been seeing is about a quarter of our students are transferring. The last couple of years, that transfer rate has been going down. It went up a little bit this year, so we're at about 23% overall. And you can see that there are pretty significant differences in the rate of successful transfer by race and ethnic group. You can also see that the size of those populations are vary quite considerably. So the white population is about 27% of those students transfer, and they make up about 41% of that transfer population. Hispanics, you see 21% of Hispanic two-year students are transferring, and they make up about 37% of the student population. Asians have the highest, you can see 42% here transfer rate, but they make up about 6% of the population. So kind of a sense of the success rates matter, as do kind of the size and projected growth of these populations. So this is all factors that we're keeping in mind. And this is on the right here, and these are slides I also want you to know that I'll be sharing tomorrow with our university friends. So, wanting to help convey that this excess hour issue is one of the ways that we know that transfer is still an issue. It's because when we see bachelor's graduates who, start and stay at a bachelor's, at the same institution, they end up with about 6 excess hours relative to 23 when we know that students are mobile. So we know that there is still more work to be done to kind of provide advising and support, but also align programs across institutions. So to that end, I wanted to take a couple of minutes. I hate to miss an opportunity to talk about field of study because it's something we've been working on, and I feel like we are poised to really increase use of these policies. So fields of study are really designed to work together with the core, kind of on top of the core, to get to either that associate's degree or kind of a maximum number of transferable and applicable hours. And so just to be perfectly clear, fields of study are a great way to guarantee that these courses not only transfer, but they are guaranteed to apply to the major. And so that's where we know a lot of the rub is around the applicability. So it's great, almost everything's going to transfer that you offer in the ACGM, but it may be an elective. So what we want to make sure is that those are actually counting towards the degree program. And so we see that fields of study are fairly underutilized at this point, and I'll share some data in just a minute. And so we want to make sure people understand sort of the power of these to be able to help support transfer students. And just to also be clear, you don't have to complete, just like you don't have to be core complete, but you can be complete for a component, and those transfer and displace requirements at the university. Field of study works the same way, that they must be transferred, applied, either in whole or in part. Okay, so you can just do part of the field of study, and those courses have to be backfilled. Okay, and this is just a visual of, once people really look under the hood at field of study, they start to see that some of them are sort of small and some of them are rather large. So they're very field dependent. They're all designed by faculty, and they identify which courses, how many courses you are in this kind of connection on top of core and segueing in from lower division into upper division. So you'll see kind of on the left for the small field of study, you've often got some overlap between the field of study and the core. It may have some core courses in it, but you may need some additional, there may be other hours if you're getting all the way up to the 60-hour degree. But for some of our larger fields of study, there may be that overlap between field of study and core, but that may get you all the way up to the 60 or close to. So here are the numbers. So in the last year, we saw that there was an increase of 72%, which is good. But overall, these numbers are fairly small right now. So we went from about 4,000 inching up closer to 7,000. So we know that we had 42 institutions report a field of study to us. So we know we didn't get field of study even at every institution, but we did get more than the year before. So I would like to set out that as a state by next year, I hope that we've got everybody reporting some fields of study. I know that everyone doesn't offer every field, and I'll show you a little bit by program area in just a second. But we do think that in the last 2 years, we've been working really hard to get the top 25 highest enrollment fields identified through fields of study, and they've gotten approved, and now they're available to be implemented, and folks need time to actually implement and move students through them. So I feel like in the next 1 to 2 years, we should really start to see these numbers pick up and seek your partnership in helping to support that work. And here's the last bit here on the fields of study broken out by their SIP codes. And what you can see is that criminal justice and business are the two that have the most. We have just smaller numbers in the other areas, but in particular, business over 3,000, criminal justice at about 2,000. Okay. So the little background, little context, completion and transfer. I'm going to turn it over to Louise to talk about how we actually did the top improver analysis.
Okay, thank you, Jenna. I feel like we might need some soundtrack to make the transitions into different presentations. Might help out, and even for the big reveal, some big dramatic music. But before we get to that, let me share with you how we got to the top improver analysis. So I'm going to share some of the reasons why we did this, and we want to look at it from a different perspective. And so you see 3 bullet points here. First of all, the overarching objective here is that we're seeking to leverage accountability data resources to identify improvements in student and institutional success. And so the way that we did that is that we used the data and the accountability system to identify that improvement. And the second thing we want to have happen through this analysis is that we want to identify some best practices. So you'll hear from some institutions who are going to share some of their best practices in either completions or graduation rates. And that being said, we want to create an opportunity for a forum so then they can highlight what are some of the things that they're doing. And that's where we are today, okay? So the focus of the analysis this year was in 4 different areas. It was completions, associated completions in the targets, field of study completions, and graduation rates. And here's what we were looking at. For overall 60 by 30 completions, we were looking at the time period between 2016 to 2018, and that's true for all the other areas as well. That's the time period that we're looking at. So we're looking at overall completions, we're looking at target populations, and there's 2 things that I want to point out with target population completions. For African American and Hispanic completions, we needed a minimum of 50 completions for each of those targets, but for the institution in the most recent year data, okay? For field of study completions, we looked at that because it's a good bridge into senior institutions, their transfer graduation rates for universities. And then for graduation rates, we looked at the 3-year and the 6-year graduation rates, okay? So the top improver analysis, one more thing to note on how we got there was that we were looking to compare it by 2 different dimensions, and that's going to give us our new angle of looking at this data. And what we're looking at is, one is peer group, and the second dimension was by region, okay? So we were looking at which CTCs achieved the top improvement on selected accountability measures. And so, as I mentioned, we analyzed by those 2 different dimensions. Then we also combined some smaller regions, and we created one temporary peer group just to have you be analyzed in a more balanced and equitable way. So some of the smaller regions that were combined include West Texas and Upper Rio Grande. And then we also combined Southeast and Upper East. And then we combined High Plains and Northwest regions. And you have a map of all the regions there so you can have a visual cue. And then Lamar Colleges and Texas State Technical Colleges, we combined you as well as a new peer group so you could participate in this analysis, okay? So now that you know all that, let me share with you the actual methodology. So as I mentioned before, the time period is 2016 to 2018 data, completion data. And to note, the completion outcomes were analyzed by percentage change, and the graduation rates were analyzed by percentage point change. Fields of studies were analyzed by field of studies as a percent of associated degrees. So the associated degrees were our denominator, and the field of study completions were our numerator, okay? So how did we get the rating systems of low, medium, and high? Well, we used percentiles. And if you were, for any completion measure, if you happen to be at the 50th percentile or lower, you were in the low category. If you were medium, you were between the 51st and 89th percentiles for either your region or your peer group. And if you were at or greater than 90 percentile, then you were in the high category for your region or your peer group, okay? So that being said, just imagine the big dramatic reveal music in your minds, because I'm about to show you some of the graphs. The first graph we're going to look at is overall completions. And you should have a copy in front of you as well, so if you want to follow along there. So every graph is going to be, every matrix here is going to be set out the same way. On the y-axis, you're going to see peer group, and you're going to see at the bottom low, then medium, then high. And then at the x-axis, you're going to see the region, and you'll see low, medium, and high as well, okay? So the way that you read this then is if you look at the upper right quadrant, the uppermost right quadrant, that means that you're high peer group and high region, okay? And so for that category, we see, for example, some institutions like Blinn College District, Ranger College, and so on and so forth. And if you're at the high for high for region, but medium for peer group, you would fall into that quadrant right below it, over there where you see Cedar Valley College and Howard College as well, okay? So that's for overall completions, okay? Now let's look at some of the target populations. The first target population we're gonna look at is the African American completions. And as I mentioned, same layout with the matrix here. So you have your peer group and your region, and you see up in the upper right hand, you have Blinn College, you have Victoria College, Northeast Texas Community College, and then if you're a medium region and high peer group, you're Eastfield College, Lone Star College, Montgomery, and Lee College, okay? And you'll hear from some of these institutions in a little bit. I'm just gonna go through the matrices, and then you'll hear from them. Okay. The next target population for completions is Hispanic completions. And you see in the upper right quadrant again, your high category. And as mentioned before, this group had a minimum of 50 Hispanic completions. And let me just backtrack for 1 second. The African American completions also had a minimum of 50 completions for the most recent year data to be included in this analysis, okay? The next group we're gonna look at for target population completions is the male completions. And as you can see here, I'll give you just a couple of seconds to digest some of the information. Okay. And now we want to look at economically disadvantaged completions for CTCs for the year 2016, 2018. And just to mention it one more time, all these completion analysis were done by a percentage change, okay? So we're looking for a percentage change from 2018 from 2016, okay? We're looking at that kind of data. And here you see who's in the high peer group, high region group up in the uppermost right-hand quadrant, and you can see the other groups as well for high peer, medium region, or high region, medium peer group. Now we'll get into fields of studies completions, And this one is a little bit different. The analysis method was that FOS as a percent of associated degrees from 2016 to 2018, but we're looking just at 2018 associate degrees as our denominator, okay? And our numerator is going to be 2018 field of studies. And as you can see here, same matrix as the other ones, so you can see the high region and the high peer group in the upper right quadrant. Okay. All right, now we're gonna change it a little bit now. Instead of completions, we're looking at grad rates. The first grad rate we're gonna look at is the 3-year grad rate. And for this one, we use a percentage point change method to analyze the data from 2016 to 2018. And here is the outcome of that data. And as you can see, in the uppermost right-hand quadrant, again, is high region and high peer group. Okay? And finally, but certainly not least, is the 6-year grad rate. And we looked at it, again, from a percentage point perspective. And as you can see here, the upper right-hand quadrant, high region, high peer group, okay? So that's the analysis. Let's see. And I think we're going to hear from the institutions. So if there's anything else, just try to, okay.
All right, thanks. So the next thing we'll do here is move into the institutional presentation. So I want to say something about the folks that were identified for presentation. So this is a little bit of art and science. So don't let any feathers get ruffled, and come talk to me if your feathers are ruffled. But this is a combination. What we looked at was folks who were in many categories of top improver. And in addition to kind of just the most areas of top improvement organized around completion and graduation rate, we were looking for a couple of things. We wanted some regional diversity, and we wanted some peer group diversity. So we wanted to make sure that all the small colleges saw a small college, and all the very large got a very large college. So we wanted to make sure that we have some of that diversity. So that's a little bit of the art in this. We also thought if folks gave a presentation last year, you'd really have to be killing it to be, again. So we wanted to have a mix of folks who you hadn't heard from last year, and kind of that blend of regional and peer group representation. So we gave you kind of the full list, and so you can see, hopefully you found your institution in one or more metric, and have those to look at. But wanted to hear from the next couple of institutions to talk a little bit about, this is going to be the panel really focused on completion improvement. And so we will have Mike Walker from Dallas County Community College District Eastfield College in just a moment come up. And you can see that the completion increases at Eastfield. They had a 27% increase in overall completions. 14% increase in African American completions, economically disadvantaged completions up 37%, and 58% for their Hispanic completions, as well as a 3-year graduation rate increase of 12 percentage points. So I'd like to welcome Mike to come up and share with us what's going on at Dallas County Eastfield, and please give him a big round of applause.
Well, thanks. I'm excited to have this opportunity to share with you some of the things that are going on at Eastfield. It's kind of amusing to me because there's a lot of things to cover, and I was told 2 slides and 5 minutes. So we're going to run through some things here fairly quickly, but it does bring me to one of the points that I'd like to begin with, and that is that there are for us, because we're a large college, but we have 50% of our population is Hispanic, 20% African American. So in our opinion, when we do things, and we do have some directed initiatives, we do have a minority male initiative. We've got several of these kinds of things. But for us, in our way of thinking, when we're doing an initiative that goes after completion rates, we're thinking we're hitting all these categories categories, when we go after overall completion, we know that we're going to touch the Hispanic population and the African American population as well. So most of the things that I have to speak to right now really reaches out throughout the entire college. And the first thing that I want to mention, and I'm going on through these first two slides.
The clicker's right.
Oh, it's me. I thought it was you. Very good. The first thing that I want to mention is that we, like most everybody in the room, we've got a strategic plan in place. But it was about 3 years ago when we decided that we were going to begin to focus really clearly on our completion objectives. And what we decided to do was that we needed to make sure that we had all hands on deck. We needed to make certain that everyone at the college, the administrators, the faculty, student services folks, everybody had a clear understanding that all of the work that we do, all of the work that everyone does on a daily basis has something to do with our strategic objective of creating a situation where we can have more student completions overall. So it's worth mentioning, I think, that it was top of mind for us to make sure that we begin to focus and be really intentional about that, as opposed to all of the other things that begin to consume our day. We want to make sure that everybody understands that it's all hands on deck when we're talking about how do we go about improving our completion rates for our students. And so all hands on deck, meaning all different categories. And you're going to see up here, you're going to see things both large and small. Some of these things may not seem so significant. Some of these things are very significant changes to the college. But we're of the opinion that it is all of these things. It's paying attention to things both large and small that really lead us to the point where we have these kinds of significant change numbers, which we're so very excited about. It doesn't get any larger than at the top when the administration of the college decides we're going to move to an 8-week schedule, right? And we had some of our friends from Amarillo were helping us figure out how to do that, and other colleges as well. We have made the decision to do that. That really began about 3 years ago, it began to take shape over the past 3 years. We're not quite there yet, but we're up to about 60% of our schedule is 8-week. We're going to move forward. It's going to continue, but we are of the opinion that already we're going to start to see some of the benefits of moving to that schedule, where we can create a situation where our students are going to be able to move from part-time to full-time status. There are these kinds of benefits that come with moving into an 8-week schedule. So we've got things like that. We've got things like a culture of yes. This began about 3 years ago, when our then president said, we have got to figure out ways to say yes to our students. If the answer really is no, we've got to be able to say, well, maybe we need to find another way. So a culture of yes might seem like a small thing, but it is a mental change in our outlook and the way we interact with our students. And we are of the opinion that that sort of an attitude starts to be one of those things that begins to move the needle. Also, about 3 years ago is when my predecessor at the college, he got up in front of the faculty and he said, you know what, we need to do something as simple as learning our students' names. Things small like that, we believe, begin to have a significant impact. As we are a learning community college, we continue to have learning communities as part of our first-year experience. We need to make sure that our faculty have, and this is a bit misstated, honestly, I want to make sure that they understand that our completion numbers have everything in the world to do with them understanding that just course success is not enough. We need them to understand that we want their students to be successful. Now, we do want our faculty to understand that course success is critical, and we've moved into a world of dashboards so that and discipline reviews and things of that nature, where our faculty can actually look at how am I doing with regard to my students, and that's critical. We're pushing on with that, but we're also making sure that they understand that we need them to understand their piece of the bigger puzzle here. They're critically important to the overall student experience, and so it's an awareness that we're asking our faculty to all understand. And then finally, probably the area that has more things that are more tangible type things is in the area of student services, where we have done things such as invest heavily in our advisors. We've moved to a case management system, and the ratio between advisor to student has dropped from, this is incredible, isn't it? It's dropped from 1 to 800 to 1 to 600. That just sounds unimaginable that that an advisor is going to have to deal with 600, but it's a significant change, and it starts to make a difference, we believe, and we're pushing ahead trying to work in that area as well to get more advisors on hand. And that shows up again down where it says success coaches. Many of our advisors are taking on that role of success coach, where they become more actively engaged with our students. And so we've gone to that case management type of a style. I want to skip to the process mapping. I believe that to be really important in what we're doing, because what that says is we have an ongoing effort. We have a committee in place that routinely looks at the student experience, the process that the student has to go through, from enrollment through advising to financial aid to student engagement. All of those things were the touch points where we reach out to our students. We're mapping that, we're watching that, we're trying to make certain that we have streamlined that process and made that as easy as possible. And also, let me just quickly mention the guided pathways. We're not there yet. We're in the beginning stages of that, but that too is an initiative that began a couple of years ago, and so it's something that is starting to occur. And part of the excitement for us is many of these things that we are just getting started on are starting to move the needle. And so we have, I hope we're one of the colleges that's the exception to what she just said. I hope that next year the results are just so astounding that I get to stand up here again and speak to you all about that. But it really is exciting to us that we've got several of these kinds of things now in play, and we are very quickly beginning to see how this could potentially be a really significant needle mover in terms of student completion. Okay? Sure.
Thank you. That was wonderful to hear about. And I think the idea that, in a lot of cases, I think you're not alone, Mike, that people are thinking about whole institution change, not just particular populations, but are we lifting all boats? So anyway, congratulations, and thank you so much for sharing your insights on this. So next we're going to hear from Amber Lummis and I hope Lummis is right, but College of the Mainland Community College District. I want to highlight that their overall completions increased 29%. They did great work with their economically disadvantaged completions, up 30%, and their Hispanic completions up 60%. So please come on up. Amber, congratulations from College of the Mainland.
Thank you so much. College of the Mainland is a medium college in the Gulf Coast region, so I would thank you for the opportunity to share some of what we've been doing at our college. Kind of to echo what both of these guys have said, it's been across the institution cultural change over the last few years. So highlighting our overall completions, as well as our Hispanic completions, and our economically disadvantaged completions. When we started to look at the data behind this, you can see that it's not just one small thing or one big thing, but many small things across the institution that have contributed to these changes. So on the institution side, some of the things that we've done differently are incorporating our math pathways so that we identify the programs where students may not need algebra and make sure that they're aware that they have options to take something that's a non-algebra class. Our number of associates completers that took a non-algebra math have doubled within the last 3 years. We've also implemented our co-requisite developmental courses. So that started in fall 2017, and we decided not to do a pilot, so we did full-scale implementation of co-requisite courses for all of our developmental students. And so far, within the first year and a half, we've seen great improvements in the number of students who are successfully completing the gateway courses, usually in one semester, compared to the fewer students who were completing even within a year when they were starting in developmental. We've also redesigned our tutoring center, so we've moved it all into one central location instead of being spread out as it was before. We've been able to add some additional full-time professional tutors, and we've also started offering embedded tutors in some courses. Primarily, so far, it's been in our English co-requisite courses. We have been more intentional about our course scheduling. This started more as a reactive thing where we were just monitoring capacity, and when we were seeing that we were at 90% capacity in any course, we would add a section for it. But we're currently working to be more proactive, implementing software to be predictive about how many course sections we need for each course so that we can offer the right number of sections, and also within our guided pathways working on making sure that we're offering the right courses in the sequence of each program so that students can complete the courses that they need to be able to finish on time. On our student services side, we've also made many changes. One of the biggest is also our advising area. So we had a task force that looked at best practices in advising and implemented many changes. Some of those are that we're now assigning advisors by pathway. We used to do an alphabetical split, and so this allows for the advisors to be more knowledgeable in their area and not have to have quite the breadth of information across the institution. Our advisors work really hard when they meet with their students to plan the students to completion from the beginning so that the students know from the time they get to COM what they can expect for their whole course of time while they're there. They also do targeted contacts more often now with students, so that when the students are nearing completion, when they're hitting those milestones of 30 and 45 hours, that they are getting some contact and making sure that they know what to expect next and that they're staying on track. We also have a Minority Men for Excellence program that started in 2016 as a response to the nationwide statistics that those students usually have a traditionally lower success rates. It started kind of small, but it's grown each year, and it's showing some promise among those guys. So they get academic support, leadership development, community engagement, mentoring. They get progress reports from their instructors on a regular basis that are provided to the program coordinator for that. And the data shows that the participants have a higher GPA and a higher retention rate than the non-participating minority males. Our financial aid department has also undergone some structural changes. We added a financial aid literacy program and educator. So that group conducts workshops just on general financial literacy, but also completing the FAFSA. If students are flagged for verification and are required to provide any more documentation, they walk them through that process and help to make sure that they're aware of what they need to turn in and that they get their transcripts and diplomas in. They also do outreach to the students who are on financial aid warning, so that when they're at risk of losing their financial aid, they can get them connected with the resources that they need to make sure that they meet their academic requirements so that they don't lose financial aid. And then finally, we're in year 4 of a 5-year Title V grant. So the main goals of our Title V grant were increasing our graduation rate, our financial aid applications, and our Pell awarded. So that gave us some additional funding that we could use to support many of these initiatives, including adding some of those staff members and some of the programs, and also monitoring the data that goes along with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. All right, next we have Lee College. We have Veronique Tran, who's going to be presenting to us, VP of Instruction. And their top improvement areas for the year are completion. They were up 54% in their overall completions over the last 2 years. Their African American completions are up 82%. And their economically disadvantaged completions are up 75%. So please join me in congratulating and welcoming Veronique.
Thank you. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to share with you some strategies. I think there's no, one recipe for the secret sauce for this, but hopefully some of what I'm sharing will be some aha moments for you and some things that you could take back. So Lee College has been in the top 150 community colleges for the Aspen Prize for the last 5 years in a row. We're achieving the Dream Leader College of Distinction, and also we received the Advancing Diversity Award from AACC. So I think this work is accumulation of all of these efforts over the years. Just to give you an idea of our demographics, we are a Hispanic serving institution, so 43% of our students are Hispanic, and we also have 14% of our students African American. So in looking at our completion numbers and what some possible strategies, one I think that made a real difference is in our registrar's office. He streamlined processes, but also had this ingenious idea of doing automatic credential awarding. So our students have been taking these mix of classes, right? It turns out that the classes that they've taken actually meet the requirements for a certificate or awarding of an associate's degree sometimes. So that's something that you can take a look at, and then so the students would get an email notifying them, congratulations, you already achieved the credentials for an associate's degree or a certificate, and you can participate in our graduation ceremonies and so forth. So that, I think, had a tremendous impact. Of course, once we did that overall, in the next few years, we're not going to have that bump, right? So, but that did give us that increase. So they were just lurking there, and we were able to capture them. And our advising, just as was mentioned, our advising area has reorganized into caseloads. We also implemented early alert, which has been very effective. We have data that shows that at the time of the students that were referred to early alert by their professors, they're, this high peak of Fs, and then after the early alerts were resolved and referenced and taken care of, the students were taken care of, you see this redistribution of that peak of F to A, B, Cs, and withdrawals. So had they not had the early alerts, we would have that peak F and non-completion. So I think that was very helpful as well. Incorporating those stackable certificates, also the reverse articulations with our university partners, and making sure that that is happening as our students transfer. If they haven't completed, we then get the credit for those associate's degrees. Our Lee College Foundation celebrated its 50th year last year. We have a $12.7 million endowment, which allows us to award over $500,000 in scholarships. And so I think that makes a huge difference for our students, especially the economically disadvantaged. And we have different types of scholarships, from departmental to textbook scholarships to student success scholarships. And then looking at the students that are maybe 6 hours away from completing their degrees and offering them a completion scholarship. So these are all other strategies that could help students. Then, in looking at our specific populations of the African American economically disadvantaged numbers, we wanted to highlight a few special programs that we have. Of course, we have the Huntsville Prison Program with the TDCJ, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where those are our male incarcerated students, many of who are African American students, and as our academic dean there says that, we have very high completion numbers because there are no distractions, for those students. So then in terms of student activities, we have many different activities that keeps our students on campus. We have our Division I men's basketball and women's volleyball, intramurals, different activities that now targeting especially minority male populations. We just had a cool event of the Man Cave Monday, for example, and celebrating various kind of minority population events and throughout the various months, Black History, Women's History, Hispanic Heritage. We also have these that have been in existence for quite a while, these Education Access and Completion Committees, which is a combination of our campus folks as well as members of the community looking at specifically Hispanic and Black populations and seeing what we can do to help those students. We belong to the Men of Color Consortium, which is out of the UT Austin. And we've also been able to leverage grant funding for many of these special programs. So we have the HSI STEM grant. We're on our second HSI STEM grant. And that focus of the current one is on all male students and has allowed us to start peer mentoring. We also have I'm sorry, that's the Title V grant, sorry. The HSI STEM grant focuses on Hispanic low-income students, and there we're able to support our Puente program, start a STEM hub, which is our tutoring space, supplemental instruction, pilot a pre-engineering program that takes students from dual credit to our associate's degree to bachelor's degree in partnership with Lamar University. And we also received the First in the World grant that allowed us to implement our weekend college program, which was recognized as a Bellwether finalist last year. So hopefully some of these ideas you might be able to try some of these at your institution, and I'm available to answer questions and provide more information if you'd like.
Great job. I really am excited that you mentioned auto awarding. This is something that I'm interested in, and I'm working on, in partnership with El Paso Community College and UTEP, doing a how-to guide on auto awarding, because what a lot of folks are doing auto awarding, and it's auto from the student perspective because it's happening kind of for them, but may not be fully automated from your perspective. And so that's where we want to help people get to full automation so that it's not a staff of 6 reviewing things, and reverse transfer is actually the same mechanism. So if we can kind of enhance the automation, we think that that can really be a boost, so a step that maybe we could take across the state to really be doing that at a high level. So I'll share that when that is ready. It's close. Okay, and then last on this panel, we'll be celebrating Texas Southmost College. Their increases were in the areas, or top improvements were in the area of economically disadvantaged completions, up 25%. Their male completions, you'll notice they're the only one that had the male completions at 57% increase, and their 3-year graduation rate has also increased 9 percentage points over this last 2 years. So we have Dr. Jesus Roberto Rodriguez, the president, and Oscar Hernandez in the institutional research and compliance area to come share with us. So congratulations to Texas Southmost.
Thank you, and you're going to hear some of the same things that you're doing. But I got to tell you, it really takes a collaborative effort. It really takes a comprehensive effort, not only from our staff, but we got the Board of Trustees, the foundations, our faculty, our staffs, and students to try to make this work. And I worked through the presentation pretty quickly. When we look at the head counts, all students enrolled, you look at all 50 community colleges, they grew at a 3.6% rate. Then we looked at the medium colleges, and on average between 6,000 to 11,000. We're at the lower end. We're about 7,000 students. Those community colleges grew at a 2.6% rate. And when we take those as our base and compare to our growth, which is a 40.9% growth, that's an exponential growth. I know the troops feel tired, and when I show these numbers, I tell them that's why. Now, I'm a visual learner, so I try to simplify a lot of stuff so I can explain it quickly. You look at the 50 Texas colleges, the 22 medium colleges, we're at 50.9%. A lot of people say, well, you have a lot of growth in your dual credit like most other colleges. Well, yes, but if you just look at our on-campus enrollment at an 8.6%, that more than doubles the enrollment of 50 community colleges, and or the industry itself, or the medium colleges. We're growing just on our on-campus enrollment, again, more than doubles the all 50 Texas colleges all enrollments, and more than triples the 22 medium colleges. So I know we're heading the right direction. When we look at degrees and certificates awarded, you see the growth. It's just from last year to this year, or from the 17th to the 18th, it's a 26% increase. But I want to call your attention to certificates. The certificate 1 grew exponentially. One of the things that we're trying to do is the alignment of programs, stackable credentials. You see the associate's degree increasing slightly, but the certificate 1 increased exponentially. And we can see that a lot of them are getting their certificates to get into workforce, and they can always come back and pick up where they left off. So one of the things that we're doing is that aligning our programs and making them stackable. Next, when you look at economically disadvantaged, you see that growth. If we go back, out of the 724 total degrees that were offered, those 600, they represent about an 83%. 83% of our graduates are economically disadvantaged. When you look at our completion rate when it comes to the male completion, even from the prior year in the graph, it's a 21% increase. But again, you look at their certificates, that's where we're seeing a spike in. So a lot of folks are coming in to try to get that short-term training, to get that JOB that will lead to a career, then they come back and pick up where they left off. And that's a whole educational training to our advisors and our recruiters. It's not just a pathway to a university. It is a pathway, not the pathway. And we always mention that to them. Now, when we compare ourselves as a 3-year graduation, you see that our numbers as a 9% increase, 9 points. And I say, okay, but how do we compare to the state? When we look at that, that's how we're comparing. You see a big shift. Again, we're really changing the culture of the college, and the culture is getting involved with the foundation, getting involved with the board of trustees, getting involved with the faculty, staff, students. We have pizza with the president, breakfast with the president. We have over 350 examples. It's about engagement. So last year we had over 350 activities within the college. It's a commuter college, but it doesn't feel like a commuter college. We had about 14,000 students participate in these activities. We listened to their feedback, what they want, what we can do to engage them a little bit more. And those are top of the initiatives that we are doing. And a lot of things that we mentioned in the past, which are the guided pathways to completion, making sure that they do select the major. They can even have a double major, a certificate and an associate's degree. Those are the things that we're doing. Same thing with the development educational core requisites. Get the highest developmental math and tied to their college algebra, and our reading and writing tied to the Comp 1. We really make a strong effort that if you're a full-time student, you can complete your associate's degree in 2 years. So our schedule does fit a 30 hours per year, a 15-15 or a 12-12 and 6 setup. We start in the fall. We also replicate it in the spring. We're trying to align to service not only our full-time students, but also our part-time students on that one. We're mapping the sequencing of courses that align to our certificates, that align to associate's degrees. Those are things that we're doing. We have several activities within the campus. Again, it's about engagement with them. And what we're trying to do is create an environment that is welcoming, and it provides a sense of belonging, not only to our students, but our community. We always say we are a community college. We're here to support community events. I keep telling them, guess what? This is your country club. When you come here, you're gonna have a great time. You got a rec center, you got a library. So they feel welcome. We've got support mechanisms and wraparound services. So it's a cultural change. It's an engagement from everyone, from the very top, from board trustees, all the way down to the administration, staff, students, and faculty on that one. Turn it over to my colleague.
The only area that I want to talk a little bit more about it is the program of study review that we did back in 2015-16 that really helped our part-time students, our non-traditional students, because what we were able to identify was that many of the prerequisites and co-requisites that we had at that time were actually blocking our students from continuing, especially our part-time students. So basically what was happening, students were coming in the fall, wanted to take 6 hours, and then they couldn't continue in the spring because of the number of prerequisites and hidden prerequisites that we had in our courses. So working with our faculty, we were able to identify really dig into the prerequisites and identify which prerequisites were actually required for our students before they could continue to the next level. And that really, I think, had a big impact in our certificate level ones.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so I want you to take 5 minutes with your peer group, turn around, turn to your person next to you, and the question I want you to think about is, what stuck out to you from these presentations? So we just heard 4 rapid-fire presentations. Is there anything else you'd like to learn from these folks, or the top improvers in your peer group or others? So take a couple of minutes. What stuck out to you? Is there anything else you'd like to learn? All right, go ahead and share your final thoughts. We're going to move to the next set of panels in just a second. But I do want to take a moment to invite Dr. Julie Eklund, Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Planning, to come up. She wanted to say a quick hello and congratulations as well.
Yes, I apologize that I was not here this morning for the welcome, so I will welcome you all now. It's wonderful to see such a large group and to hear all of the interaction. I want to say congratulations to all of our improvers, and those were wonderful presentations. I really like the idea of using the accountability to take a look and see who's doing something new and different, who's really moved that needle, and what's going on there. It really can tell us a lot, and I encourage everyone to use that opportunity to comment in the accountability system. You know, brag about what you're doing. Let us know what the numbers mean. We really do value that, and I know more and more people are using this system, so it's really helpful to have that. So again, thank you all for coming. Thank you for being part of our accountability system. It's more than just a website. It's people making a difference, but using that very helpful information to understand what you're doing, what others are doing, and to connect with each other. So I hope you have an opportunity to do a lot of connecting today, and I thank you again very much for being here. We did have, I think it was about 40 bills that were heard between the House and the Senate last night, and I didn't get home till after 9, and I missed dinner. It was a very long evening, so I set my alarm a little later this morning. But there's actually a lot going on in terms of bills around transfer, dual credit. If you've looked, there's a lot of interest and activity. So hopefully we'll get some good bills that are passed through, and we'll have even more support for student success across the state. But again, thank you for coming, and I'll be around if you have any questions or want to speak to me while I'm here. And I'm going to hand it back to Jenna. Thank you.
All right, we are going to move right into the next set of presentations. We're going to be focused on, the next group is going to be on our graduation rate improvers, top improvers. So we have 3 institutions: Amarillo College, Texarkana College, and Texas State Technical College West Texas, who are going to be joining us in the next session. So, okay, here we are. And so first I'd like to welcome Tamara Clunas, Vice President of Academic Affairs. She's going to be talking about the factors going into their 12 percentage point increase in their 3-year graduation rate. They were also a top improver for economically disadvantaged students. And the one I really wanted to make sure you saw is that field of study, that they had field of study completions at 17% relative to their associate degrees for this year. So welcome and congratulations. Please join me.
So I appreciate the opportunity to share what Amarillo College is doing in this area. We are trying to change our region for the better. Everything is about reimagining, being disruptive, and challenging ourselves to be better for our students. And our No Excuses 2020 plan is all about the student. So our theory of change is simple. It's about removing a life barrier for students in an accelerated environment through a deep culture of caring. And I know that you heard, and if you haven't seen our president, this is deeply important to him, and he has changed our culture and is changing our region for the better around this issue of caring. I do believe that our theory of change around removing a life barrier is deeply contributing to the change in our economically disadvantaged completion areas. It's no secret about our deep approach to poverty and eradicating that for our students. In our culture of caring, that accelerated learning environment, a deep use of deep review of data. It's constant, it's not anecdotal, and I often say that our IR director has taken the fun out of the anecdote. You know, we used to come to meetings and we'll put my anecdote on the table and I'll raise you 2 anecdotes, right? And the person who was the most powerful and compelling in their anecdote got the new program or the money, and that's not the case anymore. It really is around what's going on at our college You would not believe just how many meetings we spend in looking at data. We have a predictive risk model that we think is really helping us. We're still trying to break the model to move even more students through. But students are not going to be hungry on our campus if we can help it. They're going to not have to live in their car. We have emergency aid that is truly emergency, where we can cut a check within the 24 hours or less for the student, and or pay the vendor depending on what the need is for the students. Leveraging our automotive program to repair cars for students, and just many different things that we're trying to do to bring that to life for them. So I really attribute that. In the accelerated learning system, DevEd transformation, our economically disadvantaged students are in developmental education, and we're continuing to move that needle. We've removed all DevEd course prerequisites, 100% co-requisites starting in the fall, and so I'm really excited about seeing College of the Mainland. I know that we're going in the right direction. This is Maria. This is who we are here for. She is the student that we're here to serve. She's the prototype of our student. And when we can remove the life barriers for her, she is completing at higher levels, and our Hispanic student completion rates are up. We are about 80% 8-week courses, so we do believe that that's affecting our graduation rate, as well as just accelerating the students through. But that transfer focus is what I believe is really about our focus for the field of study, and I will spend the rest of my time talking about this. So at Amarillo College, when I first started, we didn't talk to our regional partners, okay? West Texas was there, but they weren't a part of our world. And now we're so joined together. Our two presidents are so locked at the hip. I'm like, okay, you guys are married now. But it's in a really, really great way. Just collaborating across from the Common Reader. We're taking our students on a co-trip to Poland. Both of our presidents are traveling with the students. And I say that to show just how much we're partnering and working together. But when it comes to the field of study completions, I have to say that our registrar is amazing. We've been doing the automatic awarding of credentials for a while, but she's also doing and mining deeply for field of study completions, as well as the fact that when we say that West Texas A&M, looking at our data, 60% of our students transfer. They're our #1 transfer partner. Texas Tech is second, and UT Arlington is third. We are not messing around anymore. It's about destination WT. It's about making sure that our students are thinking about transfer from the beginning. Yes, we usually get the emails, okay, West Texas is going to be on campus tomorrow, but now they have an office. They have access to our student planning. We both use student planning. They have access to ours. They're on campus twice a week. We're trying to get grant money to make the WT advisor full-time on our campus 5 days a week. When a student comes in, they're transfer focused, they go to see the transfer advisor with WT from the very beginning, even as a new student. And we try to make sure that the student can see their progress. We're now sending over transcript information for transfer students to West Texas every semester, so that the student is advised and updated on their transfer with WT every semester. They meet with the transfer advisor. They can see in student planning their progression towards our credential, and then they can see their progression towards the bachelor degree credential with West Texas. So there's these two conversations going on at the same time, and the student never has to leave our campus in order to have those conversations. And the fact that our students are on the WT campus from a student life standpoint, they're seeing themselves at West Texas. I think that our transfer data improvement is only just beginning, just based upon these connections, because this is just barely a year in of us really trying to do this. The other part is really in my area as Vice President of Academic Affairs. We spend a significant amount of time in our curriculum. Very robust curriculum committee. We no longer really have our curriculum committee agenda around just individually what you're doing. Our curriculum committee charges are at the start of the year, and we're all charged with reviewing and doing a certain amount of all college type of curriculum reviews. This past year was developmental education, prerequisites, field of study alignment, but we also challenged ourselves around this issue of, if you look, I love the chart that we received on the field of study, which ones were smaller and there was more overlap. We're starting to question ourselves, and we've been pushing back on, why do we need to have an English associate's degree? Why do we need to have a psychology associate's degree? You know, and if we're going to keep it and we do it on reverse transfer, that's fine, but we're going to send that student on. We're not going to hold that student back. Our culture change has been around the fact that people just wanted to have that associate's degree completion before we sent them on. And we are not doing that anymore. You're going to send the student on to transfer. We'll catch it on the back end. And we've also been able to lower, I was looking back at the history in the almanac, we've reduced our excess hours by almost 9 hours. I'm hopeful that we're going to continue to mine that down, but it's working in that regard. And then we're also partnering with Texas Tech. We're actually now building degree programs together with our STEM Research Center. A student can finish their associate's degree in our horticulture and other ag science programs, and then they can finish the bachelor's degree at Texas Tech online while still staying in Amarillo. They don't have to go to Texas Tech to be able to do that. They can do their research for their bachelor's degree at Texas Tech on our campus in our STEM Research Center and not have to go to Lubbock. And so these are the types of things we're trying to do to be able to foster that piece while still increasing the technical education. Our technical education is up 17%. So this is just the big piece for Amarillo College is transfer and our growth. These two slides show our data in 3-year cohorts, the 2011 cohort and then the 15 cohort. The 17 cohort, 3 years we will have, but just the growth in our transfer rate. We know this is going to be better as the data continues to come in because it's such an intense focus for us. Our growth rate in graduation for first gen and Pell. Again, we know this is going to be increasing. Our president has set an ambitious goal of 70% completion by 2020. We're now at 48% when we were in the teens to begin with, so we're pretty excited about that. And so I think the best is yet to come. I made copious notes of all the other presentations, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing that. Lots of great advice in there at Amarillo College. So next we have Texarkana College. We have Phyllis Deese, Vice President of Administrative Services, and they did very well in their 3-year graduation rate as well as their 6-year graduation rate. So for their 3-year rate, they've gone up 14 percentage points, and their 6-year graduation rate, they've gone up 21 percentage points over the last 2 years. That's huge, and they also have the highest 3-year graduation rate in the state right now. So kudos, welcome to Texarkana College.
You know, it seems like everyone has a story, and I think it is important to kind of talk about where we were and what led to some of the systemic changes that Texarkana College underwent. For those of you that may be familiar with the way that state funding has gone through the last several years with regard to higher education, we all know that around 2010, 2011, the funding became less generous. And putting it mildly. And our former administration, not that they were doing anything illegal or anything like that, but they continued to spend as though the funding were the same. And what you see right here in front of you is essentially our financial status at the college. And you see a very, very, very sharp decline there around the 2010-2011 year. To kind of bring it into perspective for you, we were 3 months away from not being able to make payroll. And so the board brought in a new college president who happened to be a CPA, thank goodness, and was able to apply an amazing tourniquet to this immediate problem. And then once we got the finances under control, we started focusing on other areas. One of the big decisions that we made in attempting to find ways to be more fiscally responsible was our ERP system. We were at the time running with a very expensive ERP system, and we were one of the ones that grabbed onto Jen's bar. It was a lot more affordable for us, but in that process of doing our ERP conversion, it really gave us an opportunity to look at a lot of the things that we were doing. To add insult to injury, we also had our on-site 10-year SACS reaffirmation that showed up in 15. So, 13, 14, we really started making a very concerted effort to get ready for those types of things too. And so what you have in front of you is really a buffet, if you will, of a lot of the different things that we did. In fact, it's kind of funny, as we were preparing our QEP for the reaffirmation, our advisor said, whoa, y'all are trying to do too many things. You won't know what caused the effect or something. We're like, we don't care. We don't care what was responsible. We just want to make a difference. And so what you see right here are some of the, and I'm not going to go into specifics on all of these, but between our Achieving the Dream coaches, things that we did in enrollment services, such as, the new ERP system, we did a redesign of the way that we were trying to deliver our enrollment and financial aid services, kind of doing that one-stop shop type thing more convenient for the students. But the real impact, I really think, came from that center column, and that's with the QEP. I know in attending these meetings, I still kind of feel like a neophyte in these groups. I've been at the college now for 7 years, and I know I still have a lot to learn, but one of the things I've listened to at the variety of meetings is faculty advising is a hard sell. And it is. But we were really, y'all saw it, we were at a point where there was nowhere to go but up. And I think sometimes that creates a lot of collegiality with everyone. It's your responsibility or their responsibility. It became ours. And our faculty bought into advising. And at first, we let it be through voluntary basis. Our enrollment services team put them through training and that type of thing. And Mike from Dallas, I'm not sure where you went, you're going to love this one. We now have all of our faculty that are involved in the advising process. In fact, our enrollment services advisors only advise the FTICs. Once you get through that first semester, you're then assigned to a faculty advisor. And it's not just faculty. We've got a couple of our administrators doing this, some of our counselors and so forth. So we've got a lot of people involved. We have less than a 30-to-1 ratio for our advisee to staff. And that's just our on-campus, with our on-campus folks. So it's pretty amazing. But we really think that's made a huge difference, along with the early alerts and so forth. The student success, I was telling one of my colleagues I was sitting beside over here, we really kind of rebranded our library to the Academic Commons area, and it's really now a hub of student services, from counseling to tutoring, student support services. Our TRIO programs are located there. A lot of different things made available to the students in one area, and so we offer a lot of those supports there. And then, of course, the pathways, we've heard a lot of people talk about that. This is one of the coolest things ever. When you talk about pathways, our IT team put this together. And it's a way that our students, from the very beginning of their process with Texarkana College, you can come in, you click on this, you create your avatar, you do all this cool stuff, and it takes you from step one to doing your Apply Texas to the FAFSA, all the way through semester by semester to applying for graduation, picking out your cap and gown kind of thing. And so it's a neat way for the students to visually take themselves through that completion process. And if you want to see it kind of in action, I did put the URL down there at the bottom. It's texarkanacollege.edu/current-students. And it's fun. I've gone in and made my little avatar. It's really very cool. Being the statistician that I am, this is kind of where the rubber meets the road when you see the impact. And as I said a while ago, we really don't care which of those things I've talked about is responsible for making these differences. We just care that it happened. Over on the left, you see a multi-year analysis of how our graduation rates have looked for the 3-year, the 4-year, the 6-year. And toward the bottom, so remember the tourniquet needed to be applied financially around the 2011 time. And so if you start paying attention to where those cohorts follow, I've got them color-coded. And you can see for our 3-year accountability, the growth, we were in the low it was low. Not even going to try to categorize it, to where this most recent year, we did get to celebrate a 45.8% three-year completion rate, which is amazing. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor that to their 4-year, to their 6-year. You can see the gold color, how we did on our 4-year. The 6-year is what's really profound. We did see a marked improvement in that area with our most recent graduation rate, and I believe that's the 2012 cohort. Prior to that, just to give you some perspective, so we were at 46.3%, which was, I think, the 4th when you rank that among our college systems in Texas. The year before that, we were 42nd. The year before that, we were 45th in the state. That 20.6 that you see on 2015, that 6-year cohort group ranked 50th. Guess how many community colleges are in the state of Texas? So it's really evident when you look at the longitudinal analysis of the performance of our students and the commit to complete that our college has undergone, whether it be the faculty advising, whether it be the pathways, the academic commons. There's a lot of things that have been put in place that we're just grateful that we're getting to celebrate our students seeing these tremendous successes. Again, being the statistician, I always like that affirmation, and you can see that same trend happening over there with the IPEDS data as well. And so we don't have all the answers. I don't know that we have any of the answers, but we have certainly seen a tremendous difference that it's made with the advising, those relationships that are established with the students, the early alert, reaching out to those students, all of the different things, paying attention to the data. And I know anyone at our institution would be happy to visit if any of you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations. And 30-to-1, that is an impressive ratio. That's, thank you for sharing that. And then the last presentation, we'll be welcoming Texas State Technical College, West Texas. We have Lance Eastman with us today, Senior Vice President of Student Learning. And their 3-year graduation rate is up 15 percentage points over the last couple of years. So welcome to Lance, and congratulations to TSTC West Texas.
Thank you, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. I'm very excited to present. We have a lot of great things happening at TSTC. And for some background, about 4 years ago, each of the TSTC campuses used to be independently managed. And it was decided that it was decided that all the campuses would fall under a single umbrella. And so there was a lot of changes that happened about 4 years ago. One of the things that influenced some of the decisions made at TSTC was the book called The Advantage. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's a Patrick Lencioni book, and it talks a lot about organizational health. And when you're combining all these different institutions together and looking at each program, and many of the institutions had the same program at different locations, how do you determine which program is healthy or not? And so there was a team that got together and a lot of data, and I'm a huge fan of data, and so when I see this type of information presented, it gets me excited, because I'm a firm believer that there's no improvement that can be made without having a data point to start with. So I'm going to share with you here, and I hope this is the right button. And it's not. Let's see. All right, how about that? So this right here is a vitality scorecard, and each and every program at our school has this. And so around 3 years ago, this was presented to each and every program, and there's a lot of factors on here. And if you notice in the upper left-hand corner, there's a number that says 1.92. Every program is compared against that same number. And if we're on a scale of 1 to 4, this program's falling about in the middle. Now, this right here is our emergency services program, and I've actually clicked, and there's different locations on here that you can click and you can get more data. I've clicked on a location, and you can see that for 2016 they had 77 students in this particular program. In 2017 it went to 109, and then in 2018 it went to 115, just for that specific program in West Texas. Now, when I went and queried the programs, you know, we got contacted by the co-board and said, we'd like you to present. I went and queried a couple different programs, and I asked them, what do you think caused the change in your graduation rate? And the faculty having the data was a big point. Them knowing how many students were graduating was very important. All of this information is now presented on a regular basis to the faculty. And something else that we've implemented just a year ago, and it's been hugely successful at our school, is the 4 disciplines of execution. It's a simple system, and I'm going to show you an image here. It puts a lot of onus on the faculty. And so as leadership, we went to the faculty and said, we need to know what you are going to do, what you specifically are going to do in order to increase your persistence. And persistence for us is students returning after a single semester, and increase your enrollment. So the 4 disciplines of execution, the first thing you need to do is determine what is the most wildly important. That was it. The second thing is every week they had to report to their department chair, and it's a very short meeting, it's not a long-lasting meeting. Every week they had to report to their department chair what they did specifically to help increase enrollment or persistence. And there was an end goal. And so every week they're trying to move the needle. The third thing with the 4 disciplines is you have to have a scoreboard. And it may be kind of hard to see in this image, or right here. Every department came up with their own scoreboard that they were going to post that everyone in the department could see the needle move. And so everyone working together, and some of them, you know, they had the faculty individually. They are going to make calls to industry, or if students are not maintaining a certain level of progress, they're going to contact that student every week. They determined what they were going to do, which gave them ownership, and they wanted to have success in what they were going to do. So the 4 disciplines, one is determine what's wildly important. Second, have a weekly meeting to have accountability, have a scoreboard, and then the last thing was a cadence of accountability, making sure that everyone was following through on what they were going to do. We had great success in a lot of different areas implementing the 4 disciplines of execution. So the advantage, that book was basically the how we were going to do it. We determined that with that scorecard, the program vitality, and then the 4 disciplines of execution gave some ownership to each of the different faculty to see how they were going to meet those goals. And you know, there's a lot of other factors that go into why our graduation rate could be up. And I know as a small institution, our percentage is insignificant in comparison to some of the schools here, but we're very proud of what we've been able to accomplish with these 2 systems. So I'll leave that with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take the next 5+ minutes to go ahead and do another discussion round. So people next to you, people behind you, with your peer group. What I'd love for you to think about is, do you use peer group comparisons? Do you do them at your own institution? And how do you think about leveraging data to make improvement benchmarks? Do you do that? How do you do that? So share with your peers. I want you to think about, do you do peer group comparisons? How do you leverage data to think about benchmark improvements? And then if you have time, go ahead and think about implementation with fields of study. So 5-10 minutes. All right, we are going to finish up final thoughts. Wrap it up. I want to just give, especially for, I know we've got our university folks starting to come in the back, but for our community technical colleges in the front, just wanted to open it up for any final kind of questions or comments coming out of this last session. All right, people, you have done a marathon this morning. Thank you so much. It is time for a break for you guys. So it is lunchtime. If you ordered a box lunch, you will find it just over in that room. But before you go, so you can sit in here, you can sit in there. There's also our break room down the hall. So if you'd like to sit at a table, especially some of you guys in the back, please make yourself comfortable, find yourself a table, and we'd be happy to help. I wanted to remind the Community and Technical College folks, there is an evaluation coming your way. I think it went out at 12:00, so you should find it in your inbox. If you wouldn't mind doing it during your lunch, just so we get good feedback for this year, please let us know. And then I also wanted to mention, come back to that question I asked you earlier. For next year, for the top improver analysis, would you like to stay focused on these sort of completion and transfer metrics, or would you like to look at another area? Stay focused. Okay, all right, great. Thank you so much, and please enjoy your lunch. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome, welcome to the folks who just arrived. Welcome to the university folks to the Accountability Peer Group meeting for 2019, and welcome back for all of the community and technical colleges who've been with us this morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. The morning folks already heard a little bit of this, but have to say that we have had kind of record participation, and we have really great attendance today. So I really want to thank folks for being here in person, because part of what we're trying to do is build community around our peer groups, but also around regional collaboration, and that is hard to do if you're not physically together. And so anyway, really appreciate the travel time that you've put in to be here, time, distance, dollars, and time away from your email and other things that compete for your time. I forgot to make one announcement at the end of the last session, and it's kind of pertinent to everyone. For the top improver analysis, a lot of folks said they would be interested in seeing all the institutions, not just the kind of the high performers. And so we're going to be doing a webinar on April 11th at 10 a.m. We'll post it to the coordinating board events page. But we're going to do just a webinar to show how you can easily download this improvement information and make these same kinds of comparisons. And so by doing that, you can have the entire state's data. We use our interactive data, so exactly what we can do, you can replicate. And so I want to make that available for everybody who's interested. So April 11th at 10 a.m. we'll have that webinar. Okay. So we do have folks on the phone line as well, so thank you to them, and welcome to folks who are on the line. We're going to have this first part is going to be broadcast for this first 45 minutes to an hour, kind of this introduction back into the regional target work for 60 by 30 techs, and then we'll be doing breakouts after that, so everyone will be in different rooms. So if you are not comfortable at the moment, know you're only going to be here a short time. There are also some spots up at the tables if folks in the back want to trickle up. You're more than welcome to do that. Just a little reminder to folks on the line, if you're connected, just go ahead and mute so we can try and keep the noise down in here. And if you have any trouble or any questions, Luis Martinez is the one to contact, and his email is up on the slides right now. So for introductions, what I want to do, there are so many people in the room, we're not going to introduce everybody, but what I want to do is introduce a few folks from our side, and then do a little show and tell on what regions folks are in. So if we haven't met yet, again, welcome. I'm Jenna Cullinane Heggie, and I'm a Deputy Assistant Commissioner in the Strategic Planning and Funding Division. And it's my pleasure to talk a lot about the accountability system and how we can leverage our data, not only to understand the trends, but think about how we're going to act on the insights provided by these data. Julie Eklund will come down probably at some point, our Assistant Commissioner for the division, but also want to make sure that you know that the regional points of contact are here. So each region has a point of contact, and actually I may introduce them at the end since I can see they're not all here at the moment. So this afternoon is all about kind of a regional focus, and for folks who have been deeply engaged in this, the next 45 minutes or so, some of this will be a refresher, because I know there are folks in the room who have not been involved in this regional work, but don't worry, there are new pieces at the beginning and at the end that folks haven't seen. So hopefully a little something for everybody as we dig into our progress on 60 by 30 techs and this regional lens and strategy that we're bringing to the work. So first, just again for introductions, raise your hand if you are from the High Plains. All right, we got some High Plains folks trickled throughout. Okay, great. And if you're from Northwest. Okay, lonely over there maybe, hopefully not. We got a few more people trickling in. How about from our Metroplex? All right, hello, welcome Metroplex. From the Upper East. Great. Raise them high and proud. Southeast. Welcome, Southeast. And from our Gulf Coast. All right. Welcome, thank you. Central Texas. They've got the benefit of home turf, so welcome. South Texas. All right, great. And West Texas. Okay, good, thank you. And Upper Rio Grande. They're all online, that's right, okay. we knew that ahead of time. Well, thank you everyone for coming and obviously representing the full breadth of the state. And as we've started doing this regional work, again and again, it strikes me that there are very important contextual differences between what's going on in each region. There are different, not only mixes of institutions, population demographics are different, the labor markets are very different, and so this has even, we made this commitment to this strategy, but again and again, we keep coming back to this seems like an important way to talk about progress towards 60 by 30 techs so that we can have locally, contextually relevant conversations about what are your challenges and who are the people that you're trying to serve and how best to serve them. So again, as I said, we're going to be, we have about 3 hours presentation and then followed by breakout time. And what we're aiming to accomplish is for the afternoon breakouts, what I would love for you to leave with for the afternoon is to be knowledgeable about the latest regional 60 by 30 text data and to be able to share key insights with stakeholders back home. Number 2, I'd love for you to understand how your institutional completion targets, which everyone did last August, how those are fitting into the regional whole. Number 3, to be aware of the status of regional cooperation and various plans for implementation that are happening in your region related to regional strategies. And also to be prepared to complete the regional action plan and the institutional supplement, which we're going to ask you for by August 31st, 2019. So this is kind of the 1-year mark of coming back to, you gave us your institutional completion targets and your regional strategies last August, and this is kind of the where are we 1 year later. So we'll talk in detail about what's going to be asked for there, and we are very intentionally talking about it in April so that there's plenty of time to be ready by the time we get to August. Okay, so first a little national context. As I was thinking about what to share here, I was looking online, and 60 by 30 text is not a new idea. It's the Texas frame on an idea that is prevalent in lots of places around the country. There are lots and lots of states, 43 states, have higher education attainment goals of some variety, and some are 55, and some are 60, and some are looking at 2025, and some are 2030. So there's, variation on the margin, but backed by a lot of foundations and other intermediary organizations. This is an idea that has populated across the country. And so it's interesting to see, if you haven't seen this resource, A Stronger Nation, it's supported by the Lumina Foundation. They were one of the first to put out the big 60% goal for the nation. And so you can see lots of interesting data if you want to look comparatively at other states. One thing that's nice about what they do is they also include certificate completion, as we do. So their numbers match pretty close to the way that we estimate that information. So you can see there on the left, which states, the ones that are highlighted, are the 43 states that do have attainment goals. And on the right, there was a new report that came out this summer that looked at the quality of those goals, if you will, and are thinking about specifically not only how do we increase attainment nationally and at the state level, but how do we do so in a way that's equitable. And so they reviewed all of these different states to look at their attainment goals to think about how well did they address concerns about equity gaps in attainment. And so Texas was one of just 17 of these states that actually met all the criteria for these high quality standards in terms of thinking not only about general attainment improvements, but equitable attainment improvements. And so I wanted to share with you some of the things that they looked at when they were kind of evaluating these different attainment goals. And Texas, as I said, met all of this criteria that they laid out. And so one, they said they're looking at explicit references to underrepresented student populations. So we, of course, have our completion target with those key underrepresented subpopulations in there. They said, if you're doing a really good job, you're also including data on enrollment completion and attainment gaps, and that's readily available. They also indicated that there's an intention to improve equity by having benchmarks related to some of your goals and targets, which we have. And then also that you're identifying strategies to actually make those improvements. And so when I was looking through this report, I thought that was not only interesting, but when I kind of came to the bottom, you can see a little snippet here that they actually called out our regional target starter kits as an exemplary practice in this national study to say they're not only talking about these things, but they're talking about it in a way broken down at the regional level to help really equip people with the data to make informed decisions. So anyway, that was exciting for me to find Sunday night at my kitchen table when I was looking for these kinds of information. So why is this information so important? So I should just add that Texas got an A+ on this measure of having a great North Star to say this is where we want to go and this is what we want to do. But we did not do as well when it comes to where are we now. So this work is so important because of the large disparities that we do see across subpopulations currently. So on this, what you can see here on this slide is that this shows the Hispanic to white attainment gap. And Texas has a 27 percentage point gap in the Hispanic population and the white population in terms of higher education attainment. So we got a pretty low ranking on that. We do a bit better, but still so much work to do in terms of the gap between white and African American population is at 15 percentage points. So with that in mind, I hope that you feel kind of a shared urgency, and I think we all have a shared responsibility to think about who are the students that we are not currently serving well, and how do we expand our reach to bring all of our population into higher education and help equip them on the path that is right for them, a certificate, a degree, from 2-year, 4-year, beyond, in a field that is going to provide kind of a meaningful work experience with a living wage. These are all the things I think we have a lot of shared commitment and values around. And I think the regional work can be a real vehicle for us to move this work forward. So transitioning now into kind of the trends where we are, just looking at the Texas data now, the latest numbers are good statewide. So we're at 43.5% of our 25 to 34-year-old population has some level of post-secondary credential, so from certificate on up. So 43.5, we went up 1.2 percentage points this last year. We were up 1.3 percentage points the year before. So this is actually great progress. These are very strong numbers, and on the high end of the historical increases we've seen over the last 10, 15 years. 1.3 percentage points is actually exactly where we need to be every year going forward. So we're doing well, and we have to really keep up this aggressive pace. And as you can see, when you look across the 10 regions, there's quite a bit of variation here. There is almost almost 20 percentage point difference between the lowest and the highest here. So it's very different as you travel across the state. I do want to point out that this data comes from the American Community Survey. So almost everything else we talk about at the accountability meetings, this is data that you, the other measures are data that you supply directly to us. We have the full universe of data. We don't need to have any statistical inference because we've got the full population and we can say this is the value. Unlike that, the American Community Survey, this is done from the Census Bureau, so we're sampling people in the population. So year to year, any change, there's going to be some amount of error in that. So I want to point out that the improvement that we saw at the state level, 43.5%, is a statistically significant increase. We also saw a statistically significant increase in our large regions of the Metroplex, Gulf Coast, and Central Texas. All of those went up at a statistically significant level. In the others, the changes are more modest and or the population size is smaller, so it's going to be hard. You would need a very large change in order to note that that's statistically significant. So in the other regions, some went up a little bit, some went down a little bit, and I just want to assure people not to panic about any of those things. This is sample data. We're going to look over several years to see what a trend looks like, but it just gives us a window into what a current sample of your population is looking like. But overall, statewide, moving in the right direction here. Next, I want to show you the regional completion numbers. You can see here listing, we have the 2017 completion information by region and the 2018 information. For those of you who were here this morning, you know that we had a little bit of a softer year overall statewide. And you can see in most regions there were increases, but there are a couple of regions where we did go down a little bit, but overall up about 2.2% in completions. Next is the high school. It's a higher ed rate. So we're looking at, of all the students who graduate from high school in a particular year, how many come into higher education the following fall? And this is one important kind of pipeline into higher education. And I always like to note it's not the only one. We need returning and adult students as well. But for this kind of critical population coming into the pipeline, this is an area where we have not seen much progress over the last couple of years. So what you can see is that we were at 53, 53, 52. You can see we still have the 2017 data. We don't yet have the 2018 data. That'll be coming pretty soon. We saw a tiny uptick at the 0.1% level. But in general, this is one where there is room to improve, and it is very intentionally one of the areas that we focus on for the regional targets, because it really does lend itself to more collaborative kind of efforts. Every single institution may or may not have a full view of all of the high school grads from your particular area, and we want to think about how best to serve them. So some of the regions saw increases. Northwest was the only one, I just want to call them out as to have an increase of more than 1%. So good numbers in that region. All right. So just as a refresher of, so that's the latest data with most of our 2018 information broken out by region. And I just want to remind us kind of where we've been over the last year and a half plus. So what we asked folks to do, and this meeting last year, the accountability meeting, was one of the key places that we really, started to roll this out. And so we asked that at the regional level, people do something, which is to identify at least one powerful strategy in these three areas that we identified: the 60 by 30, the completion, and the high school to higher ed. And then we also asked at the institutional level, separately but hopefully in concert, that you would identify a numerical completion targets just for your institution. And ideally, all those individual institution completion targets are going to build up to where we need to be as a region. So what we saw kind of coming out of this work is that we really wanted to drive and have seen evidence of kind of moving from general interest in improving outcomes to a much more tactical level of discussion around how much, in what programs, what kinds of degree level, et cetera. How do you get to these numbers at a regional level and an institutional level? And we also heard, not every region, some were more collaborative than others, but what some regions did is they kind of had their opening hand. These are our completion targets, and they kind of added it up, and they said, oh, we're really short. Okay, let's go back. And so everybody, can you do a little more? And so there was kind of a nice iterative process to say, where do we want to go, and how are we going to get there together? This work also has built some regional capacity, and I will fully admit that regional capacity is hard to build. And in some places there were sort of natural either organizations or intermediaries to kind of lend some of that structure to meet regionally, but it hasn't been happening. It hasn't happened spontaneously, because I always say that, TWC has their workforce development boards. Those are staffed and paid for. There are people who are thinking about regional work. The education service centers from TEA at the K-12 level, those are staffed. There are paid employees thinking about regional coordination. We do not have that same infrastructure in higher education, and so this is going to require a different kind of lift. We've had volunteers who have very generously offered their time and are increasingly thinking about how do we work this into kind of P16 councils or other kinds of structures that are there to make sure that we can kind of keep meeting and build to real implementation level work. We have done this, and I think you'll see this when we get to the action plan piece, that we want to combine it in a way that I hope will be helpful for everybody, kind of the power of the state data resources with your local knowledge. So we have one really good view on the data, but it doesn't tell us everything we need to know about the how and the why. And so this work has created a good back and forth for us to better understand the local context along with the statewide numbers. And then finally, talked about this kind of creating a cadence of mutual responsibility for progress. So what we want to do is keep coming together, keep looking at the numbers, keep coming back to it. So the idea of initiative fatigue is real. People have lots going on, and I completely understand that. The idea here is not to build something new and different from what you're already doing. It's saying let's knit it together and let's stay focused on the goals and targets for the state and how all these pieces kind of fit together. And again, we're going to come back to it year after year as we make kind of these measurable improvements towards our big goals and targets. All right, so over the academic year prior, from 17 to 18, we kind of rolled this strategy out. And one of the key pieces was to identify regional points of contact from our side so that there's a staff person, at minimum, there's a staff person thinking about the concerns of your region regularly. So, and that's one person who's dedicated to you, who's thinking about Northwest or thinking about Upper East and what's going on there. We also did a variety of things, data fellows trainings, we used the accountability meetings, other ways that we've kind of rolled this out, provided data support, and encouraged engagement. We also developed those regional target starter kits that I kind of mentioned at the beginning. If you have not checked out the starter kit, I highly recommend while you are here today on your phone or on your laptop, please go to 60by30tx.com. Our hub for everything for the plan. And under resources, you'll find the regional target starter kit. So that is a great first place to engage if you're new. If you are seasoned, there is new data available there in the data workbooks, and that's what we'll spend time talking about in a little bit. And there's also some new pieces which I'll share. So, like I said, we ended in August with these regional submission forums. Tell us about your powerful strategies. And then at the institutional level, what are your institutional targets? And so the next thing I want to do is share kind of the results of those August 2018 submissions. So the thing people are always most curious about is where did those numbers land? What did it look like when we got all those institutional numbers and put them together? So what you can see here, this is a very detailed slide, hopefully you're in a place where you can see a screen or you've got the printouts, is that kind of the sum total of this is you can see for 2020, 2025, and 2030, there's 3 columns of data for each. So the first column is regional targets for institutional completion. Those are the numbers that the coordinating board developed as we broke out the total completions by region. In yellow, what you can see are the sum of all the institutional numbers that we actually received. Okay, and we added those up. And then the third column is how close the institutional numbers got to the regional number that we were aiming for. And the good news here, I see a lot of good news in this, which is that we're within 2% of the target of the benchmark for 2020. We're within 7% of the 2025 targets, and we're within 12% of the 2030 targets. So what this tells me is that institutions and regions did a very good job of kind of balancing, this is a big lift, this is very ambitious, but we also need to kind of create things that are reasonable, right? So, but people went for it, and I'm really pleased to see how close we are. I think that being 12% under for the 2030 does not concern me at all. The crystal ball is very fuzzy when you start to look out that far. People are naturally going to be conservative about what's possible. So I think as we keep going, there will be a good opportunity to see those numbers come up. I also think this is probably a more honest process, because what we asked institutions to do is say, you tell us. Under the previous strategic plan, we sort of assigned institutional completion numbers, more of a numeric process, but this is art and science, right? So we wanted people to say, this is what we really can do. And so kind of intentionally traded some of the cleanliness of the data for more local ownership, and that's what we wanted. So hopefully this process was something that was generative at your institution and also is helping to move us a really good distance towards our big goals and targets here. So now moving into the strategy level information. So folks are probably always more interested in the numbers, but I'm always more interested in the strategies, because if you don't know how you're going to get there, I don't know that we're going to get there, right? So these were kind of the best bets from each of the regional responses. And so under the 60 by 30 educated population goal, the kinds of things that we saw lots of commonalities around were, number one, business and industry and higher education connections. So people were saying, either for kind of the development of marketable skills, or more broadly, we just want to make sure our programs are relevant to the labor market that's out there. We want to make sure that we're meeting the demands of employers and employment opportunities that are really there. And we saw several regions talk about deepening those connections. On several regions were talking about adult stop out and returning populations in different ways. Several regions have really grasped onto this, that we're not going to get there alone by just focusing on our high school to higher ed pipeline, that we really need to be thinking about those students out there who either never came to college or were some college but no degree populations. How do we bring them back and support them? And others were focused on kind of a large-scale public information campaign, making sure people understand the importance of higher education and what the goals and targets are for the area. How do you get there? Under the completion strategy, the biggie was transfer. Not surprisingly, when you put people together in a regional group and you ask them, what is it you can do together that you can't do by yourself? Transfer is at the top of the list. So we had 8 regions talk about the importance of streamlining that process for our mobile students to make sure that they are moving effectively towards their completion goals. So several were talking about reverse transfer, a couple of mentions of fields of study, and then formalizing a transfer consortium is another example of those. The other biggie was guided pathways. I don't think there was a single response that didn't say pathways in there somewhere in some form. And so I think these are really focused on kind of what the AACC and Georgia State and others are talking about as sort of scaled guided pathways with much more intensive advising and clear degree maps and meta majors and those kinds of things. Several others were talking about more strategic use of data as another strategy. So auto graduation or auto completion came up earlier. That was one of the examples that we saw. But also just kind of many-to-many institution data sharing. So if you're not on the same system or otherwise, sometimes it can be hard to understand what the flow of students are across institutions, and regions wanting to be more thoughtful and strategic about how they do that. And then finally, high school to higher education strategies. These were more probably the most disparate in terms of the areas, but folks were talking about more strategic use of dual credit, AP, IB, and college prep courses. So tons of students are having these college experiences before they leave high school. How do we make sure that they are the right experiences that really accelerate people into a higher education credential, and wanting to leverage those opportunities or revisit some of what's we talked about, like a lot is not necessarily the best. You know, which courses or which kinds of experiences are best is where the conversation was. Some interest in tracking FAFSA and Apply Texas completions, thinking about that gateway into higher education. The next one is kind of thinking about guided pathways, but how do we map it back to K-12? What does that look like? So maybe matching back to HB5 endorsements or other kinds of on-ramping programs. And then again, data sharing came up in this. So saying that there are sort of gaps in the communication between higher education and K-12, districts, ESCs, individual schools, et cetera, to say, are we aware of how many students are really coming into higher education? How well prepared are they when they come? And so we would do a good service to not only share that information more regularly, but to actually talk to people about what do they see in the data, what are the challenges, how we design strategies around them. So, any questions or comments about kind of where we landed for the summary from last year? All right. We'll have lots of time in breakouts, so feel free to grab any of us at any time. So the next piece is kind of what's next. So we're deep into the 2018-19 academic year, right? But what we shifted from is thinking about kind of setting out what do we want to do to let's actually start implementing and move to kind of the next phase of this work. So this year is about implementation, strengthening regional capacity and organization to do this kind of work, and also sustaining momentum. So I think some folks were like, I turned that in August, I'm glad that's over. unfortunately, here we are. So there's going to be more to do here. So one of the things that we did is to put forth a legislative appropriation request to try and provide more substantial funding. I will be honest with you, it's not looking great, but I wanted you to know in terms of our commitment that we did put that on our exceptional item request for this year. So, start praying, it's time for that. We also we had some administrative funds that we were able to leverage, and we did these $5,000 mini grants to support dissemination. We thought kind of the first big thing, once you have these goals, targets, and strategies, is to go ahead and let people know that they're there. So we wanted, and you'll see some examples I'll show in just a minute about what people have been doing with their dissemination work. We also added to the starter kit, so we moved from this is kind of what you need to know to set your strategies and your targets to here are some kind of key things to talk about when it comes to implementation. Who's actually going to do what, right? And then we also, as I mentioned, updated the data workbooks. Additional data fellows trainings, other dissemination activities. The tri-agency group has been very interested in this work, and they continue to want to connect. So TEA, Coordinating Board, and the Workforce Commission meet regularly once a month, and there is a tri-agency report issued under the governor. And there's a lot of love and support for 60 by 30 techs in there, and you'll see that both from the K-12 side and from the workforce side, they really see 60 by 30 techs as sort of central for the whole state, and that they need to be feeding into it. And so that's, I think, very exciting to have that kind of recognition and support. So it's been part of tri-agency events and so forth. So we've been kind of doing calls and other kinds of things with the regions to kind of keep this work moving. So by August, as I mentioned, we'll have those the regional action plan, so 1 per region, 10, and then the institutional supplement for every public and independent institution. It's a short survey, and I'll tell you about what's going to be on it in just a second. The last thing on here is the post-2020 revision cycle. What we want to do is say, this is a living plan as a state. We're going to see where we land by 2020 and take stock and say, are we on trend? Did the population significantly change since we did this planning back in 2013? It's time to take a breath and take stock and say, are these targets still in the right places, and do we need to make any adjustments? You may recall under Closing the Gaps that the goals and targets actually went up for some of the measures. So it could, bear in mind, it could go in any direction, but that's where we want to kind of take stock. And so likewise, after that 2020 mark, we want to give you all the same opportunity to say, we're a little bit closer, and now we know what's coming. We think we have a better aim on 2025 and 2030. So we'll ask folks to kind of revisit, but we're going to leave, let the ink dry on them for a couple of years and shoot for those at this point. So this is just a little piece of the Regional Target Starter Kit, just highlighting that there is a new section in here about the implementation steps. So you'll find that in that resources section on 60by30text.com. And then dissemination materials. So this is some of the work that's been going on across the state. So starting kind of from your top left, you can see this is a new website that West Texas has put together. So they have their new logo up at the top. And then the website has been put together by the 5 higher ed institutions in that area, and they have been working hard to think about what are kind of the key onboarding resources. How do you support more students to come into higher education in West Texas? So they've been doing a great job there. You can see bottom left that the Northwest has a logo that they've been working on. They're also working on a brochure to be kind of more clear about what different stakeholders might do to help engage and support in the regional target work. In the middle, you've got Central Texas, that blue square. And that's an example of a slide from kind of a road show that region has done. So what they did is they put together sort of a standard deck about the regional targets and what the strategies were that they identified, and then broke up for all the institutions or a couple of P16 councils and others to kind of take the show on the road and let people know what's there. So different members of the advisory group did presentations. So that's another example of outreach that's been going on. Top right, you can see what's part of a screenshot from a video. This video has been around for a while. This is the Texarkana, Northeast Texas video, which lots of people have seen. But I highlight it here because there was actually a lot of interest in videos. People really liked this video, and they thought, I want to replicate that. So we recently did a webinar to share. We had folks from Texarkana talk about how they did the video. They have been sharing the script, sharing how they did it, and people are leveraging some of those dissemination grants to to work on this. So I know Southeast has something in the works related to videos, and as we have more of these artifacts, we'll be happy to share them with you to leverage and borrow from others. The far right is also a brochure from Northeast Texas, and what I like about it is that it says, okay, if you're a business and industry partner, if you are a K-12 partner, what are the kinds of things that we're hoping you will do? Move from kind of broad brush strategy to clear next steps. So let me stop there and just, if there's anybody from the regional advisory groups, anything else to add on dissemination? I know you guys will talk about it in your breakouts. All right. So the next piece here is the action plan. So what we are looking for by August 31st of this year, coming up. So for each of the 3 strategy areas, and during the breakout time, if you're not familiar with your strategies, you will leave familiar with your strategies, okay? So for each of the strategies that you picked out for 60 by 30, completion and high school to higher ed, we're gonna ask you 3 questions. So what are the most important activities or steps your region has taken related to this strategy in this last year? And what are the most important milestones that you anticipate for next year? This is bullet points, not essays, okay? We want there to be kind of an indication of what you want to do. And then the last question for each of these is going to be, we want you to look at the 3-year trend for your region. And so we can look at the data, but you know best what's happening in your region. So tell us, based on kind of these data and your local knowledge, what do you think is happening? What are the important factors? What should we be keeping an eye on? So that's what we're going to ask. What have you done? What do you plan to do? And reflect on these data. Share your insights to help us understand what's happening. Okay, so the next piece is just about regional organization and structure. How is your region cooperating and thinking about these regional targets? So who's involved? How do you communicate? Again, like a paragraph. And then how are you engaging other stakeholders, not only higher ed, but K-12 and workforce? So some regions are doing that by having people on their regional advisory groups. Some people are doing that as saying, high school counselors are a key audience for our dissemination work, all sorts of things. So let us know how you're doing that. And then the last piece is challenges and support. So are there particular challenges that your region is facing in terms of doing this work? And what else could coordinating board or others do to help support your work? So again, these are kind of bullet points, 1 paragraph here, that kind of thing. But we want each of the regional advisory groups to get together to work on kind of this final product for the year. So you'll have a little bit of time in the breakouts to maybe start talking about this. But there's also, and I'll talk about the events that are designed to help support you to get to this as well. Okay, so that's regional stuff. Now we're flipping to the institutional stuff. So we're thinking of this as an institutional supplement. So the main thrust of this work is going to come through your regional advisory groups. But at an institutional level, we're going to ask you just a couple of things. 1, take a look at your institutional completion target. We're going to give you the new numbers for this year, your 2018 number, relative to your 2020 target that you told us about. How are you doing? What's the progress look like? So any insights you can share based on your local knowledge. How's the progress going? For the regional target strategies, we're just going to ask you to review each of the strategies and the current data at the regional level. And then finally, we'll just ask you a couple of yes or no questions about how you've been engaged in the regional target work. Are you on the advisory group? Have you hosted or participated in a local event? Have you engaged in implementation efforts in some way? Have you used our starter kit or looked at regional data? And have you aligned, and this is actually one I've heard a lot, is that institutions have actually said they've been aligning their strategic plan to 60 by 30 text generally and thinking about their institutional targets and incorporating those into their local strategic planning. So that's another great example of how these efforts can come together kind of at state and institutional levels. So I'll pause for questions in just a second, but the last thing I wanted to share is the upcoming events. So obviously we're here today. We've got a very diverse group of folks in the room, different kinds of roles, and there is obviously a thread of data, because this is the accountability meetings, and we share lots of data here. But this is an opportunity for folks who have been deeply engaged in this work, and then also folks who may be hearing about it for the first time. We've got the full range. So this is an opportunity to kind of get people on the same page about what's going on with the regional 60 by 30 text work. And also, this is kind of a key feedback loop for us, as I said, to keep coming back to year after year, what does our progress look like, looking at kind of common indicators, both at the regional and institutional level. The next thing that's going to be coming up is we have our a regular P16 meeting, and this really focuses on high school counselors and college advisors and others. There's good Education Service Center representation. But there is going to be a meeting, and we're going to focus, you'll notice today we're really going to focus on the data and information around the 60 by 30 attainment goal and the completion goal. And so at that P16 meeting, we'll really be talking a lot more about the high school to higher ed strategies and data. So if you've got folks from your institution who are going, maybe connect the dots on that. And then the last piece is for people who are actually on the regional advisory groups. We're going to invite you to come down on June 25th to actually work on those action plans. So there's going to be time for what are some of the tools and resources that may already be available aligned to those strategies you told us you're interested in. For example, stop-outs. We can help provide data for stop-outs. So if that's something that would be helpful at a regional level, we'd be happy to do that. So we're going to try and connect the dots between the things we can do and maybe have available to how we can support the work you want to do. So some of that kind of sharing common resources. We're going to hear, we've heard some requests for, we want to know, especially sort of similar regions want to know, Gulf Coast wants to know what Metroplex is doing, and Metroplex maybe wants to know what Gulf Coast is doing. So a little time for that kind of cross-regional discussion, as well as then some team time for you to actually flesh out your action plan. So hope that will be a very useful time to come down and get work done. So let me pause there and ask for any questions. Action plans, institutional supplement, end of August. Does all that make good sense? Okay. Reasonable, not crazy, hopefully. And then the events. Okay. All right, so next what we're going to do is go ahead and move to the breakouts. So don't move yet, but these are going to be the rooms where you're headed. So each group has a room, and you also have your point of contact. So don't move. Let me go through the whole list so everyone knows who to follow, because you maybe don't know all the rooms in the building. So I want you to make sure you know who to follow, and then we'll get up and we'll go. And so what's going to happen is there's data for you to look at and a facilitation guide that your points of contact will be taking you through, and then we'll reconvene at the end. So what I would love for you to do, it's 1:45 right now, is to be in your room and ready to start at 2 is kind of the game plan. And then be back here by 3:45. Okay. So High Plains, where is Josie Brunner? Okay, in the back, if you're High Plains, follow Josie in just a minute. You're going to go up to the P16 room. Northwest, Mary Smith. Mary Smith. Okay, wave your hand, Mary. Okay, there's Mary. If you're with Northwest, you're going to go with her. Metroplex, Chelsea Moore. Oh yeah, okay, all the way in the back, Metroplex. Go with Chelsea. Upper East, you're with John Dinning, he's over here. Southeast is with Claudette Jenks over here. Ginger's not here. If you were looking for Ginger, don't look for Ginger. She's not here, but go with Claudette. Gulf Coast, you were with Melissa Humphreys. Melissa in red in the back. You'll follow her to the Commissioner's Conference Room. Central Texas, you are with Lee Hong Ma, who's right here, and you'll be going to the Lone Star Room. South Texas, lucky South Texas is going to be right in here, and you've got your 3 subregions, but hopefully plenty of space to do that. And then West Texas, so South Texas is with Luis, but you're going to stay right here. And then West Texas is with Linda Hargrove. Where's Linda? Oh, in the back, waving her hand. West Texas, you're going to head to Blue Bonnet. All right. Go ahead. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy your breakouts.